Chapter 3361. Gu Fei and the others finally made their move. It was Song Kei's dream to attack the ancestral grounds of the Golden Crow clan. Back then, he was trapped in the Chaos Demon realm because he was fighting against the experts of the divine race at the front line. The progenitor of the Golden Crow clan had actually stabbed him in the back, slaughtered almost all of his descendants in the ancestral god realm, and forcibly occupied the eastern continent's immortal tree and this ancestral land that should have belonged to the Chaos Golden Rock clan. When Song Kei came back and learned about it, he was so angry that he almost went crazy. He thought that even if he was not in the ancestral god realm, his sworn brother could help him take care of his descendants. Who would have thought that the first person to attack his descendants would be his sworn brother? At this time, in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, a mountain peak was shattered by a devil bead that Mo took out. That devil bead was a forbidden artifact that could unleash an attack of the extreme Dao Devil ancestor level. After destroying the mountain peak, Mo's Devil Path forbidden artifact was also destroyed. However, at the instant the mountain was blasted apart, the Golden Crow clan's Grand Elder and the other Grand Elder were truly shocked to the core. That was not an ordinary mountain, but a mountain protected by the extreme Dao. Under normal circumstances, no one in the world could destroy a mountain like that. However, the forbidden weapon that Mo took out was very powerful. The moment the mountain was destroyed, the power of the extreme Dao formation that enveloped the entire ancestral grounds of the Golden Crow clan weakened rapidly. Following the destruction of the mountain, the operation of the entire extreme Dao formation was affected. The power of the extreme Dao formation that enveloped the entire ancestral grounds of the Golden Crow clan was constantly weakening. Roar! The Chaos Demon Ape swung the black iron rod in his hand at the layer of divine light formed by the power of the extreme Dao formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine light flashed. The Chaos Demon Ape's rod actually smashed a hole the size of a human head on the layer of divine light. Haha! The Chaos Demon Ape laughed heartily. After smashing the barrier a dozen times with all his might, he finally managed to smash a huge hole through the layer of divine light in front of him. Kill! Without any hesitation, the Chaos Demon Ape roared and waved the black iron rod in its hand, charging into the big hole. At this time, the experts of the Golden Crow clan were shocked to see this. The extreme Dao Grand Formation was broken. How was this possible? Several experts of the Golden Crow clan charged towards the Chaos Demonic Ape. Bang! The Chaos Demon Ape smashed a Golden Crow race expert into a mist of blood. The Golden Crow race expert's body and soul were destroyed by the Chaos Demon Ape strike. What? The experts from the Golden Crow clan could not help but pause when they saw this. Never did they expect the demonic ape to be so ferocious and powerful. The devilish ape opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing all of the blood mist into its stomach. Haha, it's been a long time since I've tasted such delicious blood food. The Chaos Demonic Ape licked its lips and let out a strange cry. It leaped up and pounced towards the experts of the Golden Crow clan. After that, it smashed all the experts of the Golden Crow clan into a mist of blood and then swallowed them whole. The blood essence of the experts of the Golden Crow clan contained a huge amount of energy. The Chaos Demon Ape swallowed the blood essence of more than a dozen experts of the Golden Crow clan and stopped. At this time, the Chaos Demon Ape's body was emitting a bloody light. The energy contained in the blood essence of the Golden Crow clan was overflowing from his body. Rumble! At this time, the extreme formation that enveloped the entire ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan began to collapse. Terrifying and monstrous energy waves erupted from the extreme formation. The experts of the Golden Crow clan and the Demon clan, who were unable to escape in time, were directly shattered in the void. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Even the Chaos Demon Ape, the Supreme Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon had to retreat. At this time, Gu Fei and the others who were watching the battle from afar were also shocked by the destructive power of the extreme Tao Grand Formation. They saw divine light shooting into the sky, but within the divine light, there were countless divine inscriptions dissipating. They could vaguely see figures turning into blood mist in the divine light, disappearing from the world. The Grand Formation has been broken. It's your turn. Gu Fei turned around and said to Song Ke, who was standing beside him. Yes. Song Ke nodded with a solemn expression, and then he took a step forward and instantly vanished into thin air. In the next moment, when his figure reappeared, he had already charged into the ancestral grounds of the Golden Crow clan. Song Ke directly opened his inner world. Then Peng Jingtian, Peng Shi, and the Golden Rock Goddess rushed out. The Chaos Golden Rock Clan. At this time, an expert of the Golden Crow Clan saw Song Ke and couldn't help but shout. The members of the Golden Crow Clan who heard this were all shocked. The cultivators of the ancestral god realm were very clear about the grudge between the Golden Crow Clan and the Chaos Golden Rock Clan. These two clans were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. Kill to your heart's content. Song Ke shouted at Peng Jingtian and the others. Yes. Peng Jingtian and the others quickly accepted the order and turned around to attack the nearby experts of the Golden Crow clan. The battle became even more intense. In the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, the battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Countless experts were fighting, and powerful creatures were dying one after another. It was as if there was a rain of blood falling from the sky. With the collapse of the extreme Tao Grand Formation, the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan lost its protection. The army of demons who were waiting outside immediately rushed into the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. Song Ke, you actually colluded with the demons from the extraterrestrial demon region to attack our clan. You are simply insane. The Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan roared angrily. Little guy, when I was invincible in the East Continent, you were still wearing diapers. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Song Ke took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan. What? The Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan felt his body tighten. He was instantly restrained by an invisible force. Then he flew towards Song Ke's hand involuntarily. Without any suspense, the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan was caught in Song Ke's hand. Little guy, where is your old ancestor? Song Ke stared at the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan in his hand and said coldly, Grand Elder. At this moment, the experts of the Golden Crow clan who saw this scene could not help but be shocked. Song Ke had captured the Grand Elder with one move. Who could fight against such combat strength? Tui. The Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan directly spat at Song Quebec. Of course, the spit did not land on Song Quebec naturally. It was repelled by the power of the divine path outside of his body. Humph! Song Ke exerted force in his hand. Uft! The Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan, who was in his hand, exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. He captured the primordial spirit of the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan and read the memories of the primordial spirit. Soon, Song Ke found out everything. Then he shook his right hand and dispersed the primordial spirit of the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan. The mighty Grand Elder of the Golden Crow clan was killed just like that. Seeing that the Grand Elder had died in Song Ke's hands, the other experts of the Golden Crow clan were devastated. However, they knew that they were no match for Song Ke, so they began to retreat into the depths of the ancestral land. The Golden Crow clan was defeated. All the experts of the Golden Crow clan retreated toward the divine tree of the East Continent. The army of demons and the chaotic Golden Rock clan, led by Song Ke, worked together to surround the divine tree of the East Continent. At that moment, Song Ke and the others had gained the upper hand. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the Golden Crow clan perished. However, Song K vaguely felt that things were not that simple. Although his sworn brother had disappeared, he would definitely leave behind a backup plan to protect his clansmen. Song K knew his sworn brother's character very well. That fellow was a ruthless and decisive person. He would never be indecisive. Moreover, that fellow was very careful and would never do something he was not confident in. At that moment, Gu Fei, who was far in the sky, was holding the mountain and river cauldron in his hand as he quietly watched the battlefield before him. Master, the dust has settled. We don't have to do anything anymore. The demon god Venerable, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said, "Let's take a look." Gu Fei said he felt that the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan was too easily breached. Moreover, the Golden Crow clan was too weak. It did not make sense that there was not a single quasi-supreme who came out to fight. Where's the immortal tree? An idea suddenly flashed across Gu Fei's mind. He finally knew why he felt so uneasy. It was because of the towering tree in front of him. The immortal tree itself did not have any powerful powers. However, the creatures that inhabited the tree were different. At that moment, several extremely powerful figures appeared near the immortal tree. Song K, Mo Jiryo's incarnation, the Chaos Demon Ape, the Supreme Een Demon Spider, and the Dragon Head Demon had all arrived. Behind them were countless demons. This time, the extraterrestrial demon region had almost turned out in full force in order to attack the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan in the East Continent. All the experts of the 3 major demons had come. Even their clan master had come. At this moment, the outcome of the battle seemed to have been decided. Countless experts of the Golden Crow clan had fled to the immortal tree. At that moment, Gu Fei appeared in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan with the demon god Venerable and the others. The immortal tree belonged to him. If Song K and the others were to accidentally destroy the tree, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Chapter 3362. The gigantic divine tree towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. The entire canopy covered a radius of a few dozen miles. This was the number 1 divine tree in the East Continent of the ancestral god realm, perhaps even the entire ancestral god realm. Looking from afar, the crown of the divine tree was like a huge, dark, green mountain, giving off an imposing aura. The leaves on the divine tree were also gigantic, and every single leaf was glowing with spiritual light. The patterns on the leaves were like natural Tao patterns, giving off a natural feeling. The gigantic trunk was mottled, and the bark was like a dragon's scales covering the trunk. The roots dug deep into the ground like a wriggling, horned dragon. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the immortal tree from afar. The immortal tree was indeed worthy of its name. Its vitality was unimaginably exuberant. Even the vitality of an extreme, supreme being wouldn't amount to much. The immortal tree of the East Continent had existed for countless years, as though it had existed for eternity. It had experienced countless glorious and dark eras, and had become the target of many great figures. Those who could become the owner of the immortal tree were all the strongest existences in the history of the ancestral god realm. In fact, many demons had set their eyes on the immortal tree during the invasion of the demons back then. However, none of them managed to snatch the divine tree away. At this moment, the heavens and earth were shrouded by a murderous aura. Song K, Mo Jiryo, and the other experts of the demons had already surrounded the area. The unique aura of an expert spread across the heavens and earth, causing the entire void to freeze. The Golden Crow clan should be annihilated today. Song K stood in the void and stared coldly at the terrified members of the Golden Crow clan on the divine tree. His hatred for the Golden Crow clan had reached its peak. Being betrayed by his brother made Song K feel extremely disappointed. He didn't expect his sworn brother to kill his own descendant. In the past, if it wasn't for his protection, the Golden Crow ancestor wouldn't have been able to grow. Therefore, he was the benefactor of the Golden Crow ancestor. The betrayal of the Golden Crow ancestor was repaying kindness with enmity. Song Ke, you and my ancestor are brothers. Why must you be so ruthless? At that moment, a figure walked out from the crown of the undying god tree. It was a middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor, with golden divine flames burning around his body. This middle-aged man was wearing a golden helmet, a golden spear, and a pair of golden shoes. He was an extremely powerful immortal general. Little guy, you're actually still alive. That's good. Song Ke's pupils contracted when he saw the middle-aged immortal general. This middle-aged immortal general was the third son of the Golden Crow ancestor. The third son of the Golden Crow first ancestor was undoubtedly the one with the highest status in the Golden Crow clan. He was known as the third ancestor and was one of the 3 great ancestors of the Golden Crow clan. You still dare to mention that your father and I are brothers in front of me? Your father actually dared to stab me in the back and nearly exterminate my Chaos Goldenrock race. What your father owes me, I will take back from you today. Song Ke stared at Jean Luen, the third son of the Golden Crow ancestor. The winner takes all. You don't understand this logic. Uncle, only my father can protect the family business that you've left behind. Speaking of which, you should thank my father instead. Jean Luen smiled. What did you say? Your treacherous father nearly exterminated my Chaos Goldenrock race. I have to thank him. Hearing Jean Luen's words, Song Ke's eyes turned bloodshot. This was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. At least your Chaos Goldenrock race isn't extinct yet, isn't it? Jean Luen said with his usual radiant smile. Shut up. Get your ass over here and die. Song Ke was truly enraged right now. If looks could kill, Jean Luen would have died countless times over by now. Since that's the case, let's do it then. Jean Luen said as he raised the golden spear in his hand. At that moment, an extremely dazzling golden light burst out from the crown of the undying god tree. It was as though a golden sun had appeared high up in the sky. The next moment, boom! Suddenly, the ball of golden light shook violently, and the light that burst out suddenly increased by several times. Roar! How could this be? Blood-curdling screams and horrified roars immediately rang out from all directions, and the light that had shot out from the ball of golden light pierced through the bodies of countless devilish beings. Over half of the countless devilish beings that had surrounded this area were instantly killed. The demons that were illuminated by the Golden Crow's divine radiance were instantly turned into fireballs and burned to ashes. Golden Sun incinerates the heavens. Even Mo Jio's clone let out a strange cry and turned to flee in a panic. The 3 stone devils possessed extreme Tao-grade demonic bodies. Although they were also struck by the golden light that suddenly erupted from the ball of golden light, they were not in danger of dying. The 3 stone demons roared out in anger. Their stone-like demonic bodies were actually cracking from the heat of the golden light. The Chaos Demon Ape and the other 2 stone demons hurriedly turned to flee. This is... Up in the sky, Gu Fei felt a piercing pain from the golden light in front of him. He instinctively raised his hand to block it. In the next moment, he felt an unbearable heat throughout his body. The parts of his body that were illuminated by the golden light felt as though they were on fire. The mountain and river cauldron in his hand let out a buzzing sound. A wave of primordial chaos energy erupted from the mountain and river cauldron and instantly enveloped him. Gu Fei immediately used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. In the next moment, the burning sensation on his body immediately disappeared. Then, Gu Fei saw a scene that made his heart palpitate. The countless demons in front of him were like snow under the sun. They all dissipated in the void. Under the illumination of the golden light, their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. At this moment, Gu Fei heard 2 exclamations coming from beside him. He quickly turned around and saw the demon god and Mo Geo retreating quickly. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and raised the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. In the next moment, a hazy mass of primordial chaos energy rushed out of his hand and instantly enveloped half of the world. It protected all the demons and chaotic Golden Rock clan cultivators on this side. The powerful Golden Sun energy was repelled by the primordial chaos energy that erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, Song Ke, who bore the brunt of the attack, was in danger. His entire body was shrouded in golden divine flames. The golden light pierced through his body like a hornet's nest. He screamed and rushed toward where Gu Fei was. Chapter 3363. Gu Fei did not expect the Golden Crow tribe's counterattack to be so ferocious. A ball of divine light that resembled a golden sun rose from the crown of the immortal tree. The power of the golden sun of extreme Tao level erupted. The golden divine light swept out in all directions like a golden storm of death. Everything in its path was set ablaze and burned to ashes. It was no ordinary golden divine fire, but an extreme Tao level divine fire. Extreme Tao level Tao patterns could be vaguely seen within the divine fire. In an instant, the countless cultivators of the demons surrounding the Golden Crow tribe were burned to ashes by the golden divine fire. The leaders of the demons from beyond the heavens were almost driven mad. This time, the demons from beyond the heavens had come out in full force. All the leaders were here, led by Mo Geo. They had successfully attacked the ancestral land of the Golden Crow tribe. However, no one had expected that the Golden Crow clan's counterattack would be so ferocious that no one had expected it to be. In just an instant, countless Devil Clan cultivators were burned to death. Even one of the leaders of the demons let out a miserable howl as the golden Tao fire ignited his vitality. He was burned to ashes from the inside out and dissipated into the void. How is this possible? The leaders of the demons from beyond the heavens immediately turned around and fled. It's the golden sun incinerating the heavens. How dare you? In the end, Mo Juyo's incarnation was still just an incarnation. The golden light was like a raging tsunami. Mo Juyo's incarnation only lasted for a short while before it was burned into a wisp of green smoke by the mighty golden sun true fire, dissipating into the void. Damn it. When Mo Juyo's true body saw this, he couldn't help feeling shocked and furious. That clone of his was something that he had refined for a very long time. Its battle prowess was so great that it could contend against the other overlords of the devil race. Such an incarnation was actually burned into green smoke. This caused Mo Juyo to go crazy. Buzz! At that moment, a deafening sound came from the direction of the immortal tree. A golden rainbow shot out from the immortal tree and pierced through a figure shrouded in divine flames. Swoosh! Without any suspense, the golden rainbow-like divine light directly pierced through the figure. What? Even Gu Fei was shocked when he witnessed this scene, because the figure that was fleeing towards him was the first ancestor of the Golden Rock race, Song, Quebec. Just as Gu Fei thought Song Ke was going to die, a ball of divine light suddenly surged from Song Ke's body. Then the golden divine fire on his body was completely devoured by the ball of divine light. Under the nourishment of the ball of divine light, Song Ke's injured body rapidly healed. In just an instant, his body began to ripple with powerful vital energy. That is, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Song Ke had suffered such a heavy injury. Even with the help of an expert, it would still take a long time for him to recover. However, he had completely recovered so quickly, and it was all because of the surging life essence from the ball of divine light. Destiny, God Crystal! Demon God Venerable exclaimed. He had already returned to Gu Fei's side. He could not help but be moved when he saw that scene. That was a legendary divine item. At that moment, the ball of divine light that rushed out from Song Ke's body instantly fell from the sky and entered his body. This guy actually has such a good thing on him. Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up. The Destiny God crystal actually had such a heaven-defying effect. Even he could not help but be envious of it. Destiny God crystal, such a thing. Emojuyo was also very surprised. He also knew the origin of that thing. At that moment, Song-K escaped death and instantly rushed into the range of the mountain and river cauldron's power. Jin Luan wanted to attack again, but he had no choice but to stop. He felt the existence of an extremely powerful force. If he continued to chase after Song-K, he would be the one to die. Jin Luan would not make such a low-level mistake. He held the battle spear in his hand and looked coldly at the extremely powerful figures in the sky. He could not help but frown. He did not need to think with his toes to know that these guys were definitely hired by Tsang Quebec. It seemed that Song-K had gone crazy from wanting revenge. He actually dared to lure the extraterrestrial demon region's demons into the East Continent. This was a crazy act that would incur the wrath of the masses. Rumble. At that very moment, the golden sun-like halo of light above the divine tree of immortality was still radiating a supreme power of the golden sun. Countless demon cultivators were burned to ashes just like that. In just a few breaths' time, the encirclement formed by the demon's army on the Golden Crow clan was instantly disintegrated. With the exception of a few devilish powerhouses, almost all of the devilish cultivators were burned to ashes by the power of the golden sun. Roar! The chaos demon ape roared and rushed into the area, shrouded by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. His stone-like, demonic body was burned to countless cracks. The divine Een demon spider and the dragon head demon did not have it easy either. They were almost burned to death by the explosive power of the golden sun. With just one move, the Golden Crow clan actually showed signs of turning defeat into victory. This made the big demons go crazy as they could not accept such a reality. Damn it! Emojuyo, who had always remained calm and collected even in the face of an avalanche, was truly enraged this time around. Even his voice was trembling. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Golden Crow race, but rather he was angered by them. So cunning. Gu Fei looked at the world shrouded in golden light in front of him, and his face turned solemn. What? Could it be that these guys pretended to be defeated to lure us here? Yao Divine Venerable said in surprise. If that was the case, then the price of doing so was too high. In this battle, the Golden Crow clan's Grand Elder had fallen, and many other Golden Crow clan's experts had also fallen. But now, it seemed that it was all worth it, because the golden sun's scorching sky just now had definitely caused a greater loss to the demons than the Golden Crow clan. Looks like you have to take action. Emojio looked at Gu Fei and said, Humph, I didn't expect there to be such a variable in this battle. Gu Fei said. He looked at the towering divine tree in front of him and was naturally tempted. However, the Golden Crow clan was not to be trifled with. The Golden Crow clan's ancestral land was where the ancestral vein of the eastern continent was located. No one knew what kind of powerful trump cards the Golden Crow clan's ancestors had left behind to protect their descendants. This immortal divine tree was not that easy to obtain. Chapter 3364. The Golden Crow clan's ancestral land was filled with demonic aura as terrifying demonic shadows loomed between heaven and earth. It was the manifestation of extremely powerful demons. Not long after Gu Fei and the others made their move, all the major forces in the ancestral god realm's East Continent had received the news. The major forces in the East Continent had sent out spies, and even spies to each other with a simple purpose: to keep abreast of the other forces' movements and react in time. Of course, it was impossible for the spies from other clans to enter the Golden Crow clan's ancestral land. However, it was impossible for the major forces not to know about the Golden Crow clan's ancestral land being breached. At that time, many powerful beings had gathered outside the Golden Crow clan's ancestral land with some extreme divine aura lingering between heaven and earth. It was no secret that some forces in the East continent possessed extreme divine weapons. After all, there were many extreme divine ultimate gods in the ancestral god realm, although those extreme divine ultimate gods had disappeared. Some of them had left their extreme divine weapons to protect their clansmen. After reaching the extreme divine realm, there was nothing in the world that could make them worry except for their descendants and clansmen. Even the powerful extreme divine ultimate gods had things that they were reluctant to part with. Why did the demons attack the Golden Crow clan? Is it because of the immortal tree? A few figures gathered in the sky outside the Golden Crow clan's ancestral land and were carefully communicating with each other. There must be other reasons. It seems like someone invaded the heavenly demon territory not long ago, and the demons started this war without any warning. Someone voiced out his doubts. Who are you, and what's the connection between these two things? A celestial being who was hidden in the void said, "Then there's really no connection between these two things." Another golden-haired deity said, "Haha, who cares why the demons attacked the Golden Crow clan? It seems like this war will end in a lose-lose situation. This is definitely a good thing for us." A tall, silver-haired deity with a silver horn in the middle of his forehead said with a laugh, "That's right, haha." The other gods also burst out laughing. The demons from beyond the heavens and the Golden Crow tribe had both suffered great losses, and they were the only ones who had benefited from it. The power structure of the East continent was going to be reshuffled. The Golden Crow clan wasn't the only powerful clan in the Eastern continent. There were other powerful clans as well. The Golden Crow clan was just stronger than the other clans. Although the Golden Crow clan occupied the East continent's unique cultivation resources, they could not unify the entire East continent. The mysterious Snake clan, the Heavenly God clan, and the Earth Spirit clan were all great clans in the Eastern continent, especially the Heavenly God clan, whose primogenitor was a connate god born from the chaos. He was able to subdue dragons and devour snakes as soon as he was born. The Earth Spirit clan was not simple either. Their ancestor had cultivated from a psychic divine stone that was nourished by the Earth's ancestral veins. They were known for their powerful bodies. At this time, the experts of the three great clans had gathered outside the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. Everyone was shocked. Ever since the ancient war, the demons that had been stranded in the ancestral god realm retreated to the heavenly demon domain. Everyone thought that the demons from beyond the heavenly demon domain would not be able to cause any trouble in the ancestral god realm. But now, it seemed that they were gravely mistaken. After countless years of recuperation, the demons from beyond the heavens, under the leadership of Amogio, had become so powerful that they could break through the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, an ancient cauldron was floating high in the sky, confronting a golden sun-like divine light in front of it. Wong. The ancient cauldron hummed from time to time, releasing waves of extreme, Tao-level primordial chaos energy, blocking the mighty golden sun energy in front of it. The power of the golden sun energy was beyond everyone's expectations. Countless demons were caught unprepared and died under this move of the Golden Crow clan. These demonic cultivators had died too unjustly. Originally, they had thought that victory was in sight. Who could have thought that they would be the ones to die instead? Jean Luen, you're so ruthless. San Kei looked at the golden figure bathed in golden light and said while gritting his teeth, "Apart from the demons, the chaotic Goldenrock clan had also lost a few clansmen. Even Peng Jingtian, Peng Shi, and the Golden Rock Goddess were badly injured. They would not be able to recover without recuperating for a period of time. I'm ruthless? Haha, I'm not as ruthless as you. You actually attracted the demons from beyond the heavenly demon domain. Are you trying to make the entire ancestral god realm your enemy?" The third son of the Golden Crow ancestor, who was wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear, said coldly while staring at San Quebec, "What did you say?" San Kei was enraged. Jean Luen's words had indeed poked at his sore spot. He did not want to borrow the strength of the demons from beyond the heavenly demon domain, but it was impossible for him to breach the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan with his own strength. Don't you know what I'm saying? From today onwards, you, Song-K, will become the public enemy of the entire ancestral god realm. You will no longer have a place in the ancestral god realm. Jean Lewin said coldly. Although many of their clansmen had died in the battle today, it was not a bad thing to turn Song-K into the public enemy of the ancestral god realm. He might not even need to do anything, as the other forces of the ancestral god realm would find Song-K and kill him. What public enemy? If you're so righteous, the Golden Crow clan would not have done such a treacherous thing. Song-K said disdainfully. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Jean Lewin said disapprovingly. Are you guys done talking? At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard. Everyone quickly looked towards the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was Gu Fei. Go somewhere else if you two want to talk. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Gu Fei looked at Song-K and Jean Lewin, who was enveloped by the Golden Sun energy. The Golden Crow clan's first ancestor had indeed left behind such a powerful trump card. Who are you? Jean Lewin stared at Gu Fei and asked. He did not dare to underestimate this person. If it wasn't for this person, the demons and the chaotic Golden Rock race would have suffered even more casualties. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I want that immortal tree. Gu Fei looked at the third son of the Golden Crow clan and said casually, What? Chapter 3365. The Golden Crow race's counterattack had succeeded in killing off most of the cultivators from beyond the heavens. However, a portion of the cultivators from beyond the heavens were also rescued by Gu Fei. At this moment, the golden sun-like divine radiance above the undying god tree was emitting a resplendent radiance. The radiance was countless times brighter than a true divine sun. A supreme aura of the extreme Tao swept out in all directions. This aura of the extreme Tao had not only enveloped the entire ancestral land of the Golden Crow race, it had also spread to the eastern continent. Countless powerful experts of the celestial race in the eastern continent could sense the extreme Tao aura coming from the ancestral land of the Golden Crow race. The source of this extreme Tao aura was actually a feather, a golden feather. It was truly unbelievable for such a small feather to be able to unleash such a powerful energy fluctuation. Rumble. The entire heavens seemed to be shaking as the golden feather continued to emit resplendent golden radiance. It was even hotter than a true divine sun, capable of burning everything in the world to ashes. Hand over the undying god tree. After that, you can continue to bicker for as long as you want. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Fei looked coldly at Jean Lewin, who was bathing in the golden sun energy. At this moment, the void that was enveloped by the golden sun energy was constantly being destroyed. Even the members of the Golden Crow race did not dare to leave the undying god tree. Only a few especially powerful experts of the Golden Crow race could charge out from the undying god tree like Jean Lin. They stood in the void and coldly stared at Gu Fei's group while emitting a boundless fighting spirit. Even the ground had been scorched. A sacred land that was rarely seen in this world had been destroyed just like that. However, the Golden Crow race did not feel any pity for it. As long as the undying god tree remained, this sacred land would not be destroyed and would be restored to its original state. One must know that the place where the undying god tree had taken root was where the ancestral earth vein of the eastern continent was located. There was an immeasurable amount of earth essence energy gathered here. In such a place, anything was possible. Gu Fei noticed that the extreme Tao-grade true sun energy from the golden feather hovering above the undying god tree had not harmed the undying god tree in the slightest. The hazy layer of light emitted from the immortal tree of God looked weak, but it was able to repel the mighty power of the golden sun from the sky. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Although this immortal god tree didn't have any powerful divine abilities, it didn't seem simple either. Even the extreme Tao Golden Sun couldn't injure it. "You want me to hand over the immortal tree? You'll have to make it leave this place first," Jean Luen said with a chuckle, a hint of disdain on his face. "Humph, you don't know your place. I didn't want to fight, but it looks like I have no choice." Gu Fei sneered. "Brother Gu, you should have made a move earlier." At this moment, Song Ke was overjoyed when he saw that Gu Fei was finally going to make a move. After all, the Golden Crow clan would definitely suffer once Gu Fei made a move. At this time, even Mo Jia was looking at Gu Fei. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly rushed out of the area enveloped by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. In the next moment, his clothes were burned to ashes by the power of the extreme Tao level True Yang, revealing the sky blue armor underneath. A powerful immortal aura spread out from the armor, repelling the power of the golden sun. This is... Mo Jio and the others were shocked that Gu Fei dared to directly charge into the area enveloped by the golden sun power. It turned out that he was wearing an incredible armor. That was the sky blue immortal gold armor, refined from the immortal material sky blue immortal gold. It was a supreme treasure of the desolate world that Gu Fei had obtained. With the sky blue immortal gold armor, he naturally didn't fear the golden sun power. With a flip of his right hand, a willow branch immediately appeared in his hand. A demonic aura that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out from the willow branch. That's Mo Geo was shocked to see the willow branch Gu Fei took out. How did this guy get his hands on something like this? Impossible. The progenitor of the Willow Devil clan was a demonic willow that was born from the primordial chaos. This willow branch was broken off from the body of a demonic willow. Back in the Chaos Demon realm, Mo Jio had met the progenitor of the Willow Devil clan several times. He could naturally sense that the willow branch in Gu Fei's hand exuded the same aura as the progenitor of the Willow Devil clan. Did this guy actually destroy the Willow Devil clan in the Chaos Demon realm? This willow branch was absolutely a supreme treasure to the Willow Devil clan. It was left behind by the progenitor to protect his clan. He wouldn't show it to others easily, let alone lend it to them. There was only one possibility for the willow branch to appear in Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei had snatched it from the Willow Devil clan. Mo Jio's guess was correct. This willow branch was naturally snatched from the hands of the Willow Devil clan by Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei didn't destroy the Willow Devil clan. At this time, the third son of the Golden Crow clan, Jean Luen, was indescribably shocked. This guy actually didn't fear the power of the extreme Tao Golden Sun. How was this possible? Swish! At this time, Gu Fei made his move. The willow branch in his hand directly pierced through the void and wrapped around Jean Luen. Everywhere the willow branch passed, the golden sun true fire would be extinguished. What? Jean Luen was truly shocked. He hurriedly dodged and dodged. At the same time, the spear in his hand turned into a golden light that pierced towards the center of Gu Fei's forehead. Gu Fei directly extended his hand to block the golden light. With a boom, the golden light that pierced through the void was directly shattered. A huge hand of primordial chaos then appeared and slammed towards Jean Luen. Rumble! The void trembled. The primordial chaos energy that Gu Fei had struck out had actually dispersed the golden sun true fire, forcing Jean Luen to retreat once more. The strength that Gu Fei had displayed not only shocked Jean Luen, but even Mo Jio and the others were dumbfounded. At this time, the experts of the Golden Crow clan on the Undying Tree were all nervously watching the scene in front of them. Jean Luen was actually forced to retreat. This caused countless members of the Golden Crow clan to feel indescribably shocked. Jean Luen was one of the old ancestors of the Golden Crow clan. His cultivation base was extremely powerful. Within the entire Golden Crow clan, Jean Luen was one of the strongest. If Jean Luen was defeated, then the Golden Crow clan would truly be in danger. Swish! The willow branch flew through the sky and wrapped around Jinlun. Jinlun brandished the spear in his hand and clashed with the willow branch. There were a few times when he was almost wrapped by the willow branch. Chapter 3366. Gu Fei finally made his move. Clad in the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor, he held a willow twig in his hand, completely unafraid of the extreme Tao-level golden sun power that erupted from the feather above the tree of immortality. He waved the willow twig in his hand and attacked Jinlun. The willow twig was an item of the demonic path, after all. Gu Fei found it difficult to use it, so he could not bring out the true power of the willow twig. However, this was enough. The willow twig soared through the air and collided with Jinlun's spear again. Jinlun felt his hand tremble as a powerful force passed through the spear in his hand. In the next moment, he was sent flying. His hands, which were holding the spear, were in extreme pain. He quickly looked down and saw that his hands, which were holding the spear, were bleeding profusely. His palms were cracked and blood was flowing. Swoosh! In the next moment, Jinlun felt his body tighten. He had been entangled by the willow twig. By this time, Gu Fei had already gained the upper hand. The willow twig had successfully entangled Jinlun. With a tug, Jinlun, the third son of the Golden Crow ancestor, was sent flying towards him. Roar! Jinlun struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the magic willow. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. In an instant, the magic willow pulled him in front of him. Bzzz. With a deafening sound, the spear in Jinlun's hand emitted a dazzling golden light. An extreme level of power immediately erupted from the spear. Without any hesitation, Jinlun swung the spear in his hand. The spear instantly turned into a beam of golden light and pierced through Gu Fei's forehead. Gu Fei hurriedly lowered his head. The beam of golden light brushed past his scalp and a few strands of hair fluttered down from the sky. What? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Jinlun's battle prowess had exceeded his expectations. Kill! Jin Wu, who had been entangled by the willow twigs and had been pulled over by Gu Fei, was punched in the chest by Gu Fei. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Jinlun was sent flying. Only then did the willow twig around Gu Fei's body loosen. Damn it! Jinlun was shocked to the extreme. He had never imagined that this person's cultivation and battle prowess would be so powerful. This person's punch had almost caused his body to explode. Humph! Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, Gu Fei did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in the void and looked coldly at Jinlun. At this moment, several powerful figures rushed out from the immortal tree and arrived in front of Gu Fei. A tyrannical aura erupted from the experts of the Golden Crow clan. All of you go back. Jinlun couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. In the next moment, Gu Fei made his move. With a flash of golden light, the Golden Crows were turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. Even Jinlun was sent flying by Gu Fei once again. If it weren't for the fact that Jinlun was wearing armor, he would have been killed by Gu Fei and turned into a cloud of blood mist, just like those Golden Crow clan experts. Jinlun's shock was no small matter. At the same time, an extreme power erupted from the golden light above the immortal tree. The golden feather radiated with an extreme power, forcing Gu Fei to resist it with all his might. The golden young fire surged towards Gu Fei, but Gu Fei did not dodge. He was wearing the sky-blue immortal gold armor, so the golden sunfire could not burn him at all. At this time, on the Tree of Immortality, there were experts of the Golden Crow clan controlling this extreme power. Swoosh! In the next moment, a golden ray of light shot out from the ball of golden light in the sky. It instantly pierced through the void and blasted Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei felt as if he had been smashed by a heavy hammer. His entire body was sent flying, and even the willow branch in his hand almost flew out of his hand. How dare you! Gu Fei's chi and blood tumbled from the impact. If not for the sky-blue immortal gold armor, he would have been in danger. At this time, the golden crows who were enveloped by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river were shocked. Even Gu Fei was defeated. It was unbelievable, especially Tsang Quebec. If not for Gu Fei's help, he would not have been able to survive, let alone seek revenge against the golden crows. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a black saber appeared in his hand. A powerful and domineering power rippled from the black saber. He was finally going to use his peerless saber. The inconspicuous black saber in Gu Fei's hand exuded an earth-shattering, killing intent. A vague shadow of a dragon appeared on the black saber. He kept the willow branch in his hand and held the saber with both hands. With a roar, he slashed at Jean Luen with all his might. Swoosh! An extremely domineering saber light shot out from Gu Fei's hand. It soared for thousands of miles and fell on Jean Luen's head. No, Jean Luen wanted to dodge, but to his horror, he found that he could not move at all. An invisible force had restrained him. Gu Fei raised his saber. Swoosh! Swoosh! The third descendant of the Golden Crow ancestor was cut in half. He died just like that. This, Tsang Ke and the others, as well as the experts of the Golden Crow tribe on the Tree of Immortality, were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. Old ancestor Jean Luen, countless golden crows on the immortal tree were filled with grief. After the great elder, another important figure of the Golden Crow clan, had fallen. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. After the extremely domineering saber light cut Jean Luen in half, it continued to travel for a long distance before dissipating into the air. A pitch-black crack appeared in the sky. This was a crack created by Gu Fei's saber. It was like a pitch-black abyss that stretched across the sky. Seeing how powerful the saber was, countless experts were shocked. It was Mo Jio again. The way he looked at Gu Fei had changed. Fortunately, he did not make an enemy out of Gu Fei. Otherwise, the Golden Crow clan would be the best example. Hand over the immortal tree, and you won't have to die. Gu Fei said indifferently. Jean Luen's corpse was destroyed by the saber aura, leaving nothing behind. Everything was destroyed by the saber aura. Rumble. At this moment, the ball of golden radiance floating above the immortal tree moved. It was like a real golden sun descending from the sky, smashing towards Gu Fei. As the ball of golden radiance moved, the surrounding void collapsed immediately. An extremely overbearing power of the extreme way exploded. It's just a feather. What can it do? Gu Fei said and slashed at the ball of golden radiance with all his might. The two extreme powers collided in an instant. In the next moment, the void in front of Gu Fei was annihilated soundlessly. The two extreme powers intertwined, canceling each other out and destroying each other. Nothing was left behind in the aftermath of the collision. The murderous aura emitted from the peerless saber in Gu Fei's hand changed the color of the heaven and earth. Even though Tsang Ke and the others were once extreme way god ancestors, they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate when they felt the murderous aura from the saber. The ball of golden radiance was slashed away by the peerless saber. At the same time, countless golden Tao patterns rushed out from the immortal tree. Every Tao pattern emitted an aura of the extreme way. Countless Tao patterns intertwined and formed a Tao diagram. It was a formation diagram, an extreme way formation diagram. The formation diagram enveloped the entire immortal tree and absorbed the essence of the earth ancestor vein. Although Gu Fei was not a formation master, he could tell the truth of the extreme way formation at a glance. It was an extreme way battle using the immortal tree as the formation eye and gathering the essence of the earth ancestor vein. Roar! At this moment, a roar rang out from the depths of the earth. The muffled sound was like muffled thunder, causing visible transparent ripples to appear in the surrounding space. Gu Fei was taken aback. The Golden Crow ancestor still had something up his sleeves. The Golden Crow ancestor had done something to the earth ancestor vein. At this moment, a living being that had been slumbering in the earth ancestor vein for countless years seemed to have awakened. The earth shook and cracked. Powerful energy waves surged from the depths of the earth. The living being in the earth ancestor vein was breaking free. What's going on? Sankei was indescribably shocked. He sensed a familiar aura. Could it be that the creature in the depths of the ancestral vein was actually his sworn brother? Sankei could not help but feel excited. However, he soon found out that the being in the depths of the ancestral earth vein wasn't his sworn brother at all. Boom! Just as everyone was shocked, a loud sound was heard. The ground not far from the immortal tree suddenly exploded. In the next moment, an unimaginably powerful figure rushed out from the ground. It was a living being the size of a hill. It was covered in golden fur and looked like a ball of golden divine fire that rushed out from the ground. Fire ape. Sankei understood the situation after seeing the living being. So this fellow was sealed in the earth ancestor vein by the golden crow ancestor. The fire ape was the same as the golden crow ancestor, born from the godly sun. This fire ape could be said to be the golden crow ancestor's brother. Its aura was similar to the golden crow ancestor's. Roar! The fire ape soared into the sky, then let out a long roar towards the sky. A terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. Violent energy ripples spread out in all directions. Chapter 3367. Beneath the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, there was actually an unimaginably powerful being sealed. This being was a great omen of the ancestral god realm from the same era as Tsang Quebec. It was a fire ape, the first fire ape in the ancestral god realm. It was the fire ape ancestor. Roar! Up in the sky, the fire ape ancestor roared at the sky. Terrifying sound waves reverberated in all directions as an extreme power erupted from the fire ape ancestor. Oh no, an extreme supreme being. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked by this scene. A true extreme sovereign was an invincible existence. They weren't existences that could be compared to pseudo-sovereigns like them who only grasped the extreme sovereign force. Sankei felt his scalp go numb. The Golden Crow ancestor was such a bastard to seal the fire ape ancestor in the ancestral land of the earth. It was obvious that this was the Golden Crow clan's last resort. An expert from the Golden Crow clan had opened the seal on the Tree of Immortality and released the invincible being in the ancestral land of the earth. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he wasn't afraid. Although the fire ape primogenitor was powerful, he had something to rely on. It wasn't impossible for him to fight against it. Big brother, you're ruthless to seal me in the ancestral land of the earth. The fire ape primogenitor roared furiously, causing the void to explode. This was the terror of an extreme being. A roar could shatter the world. Everyone was stunned. Even the experts from the Golden Crow clan on the Tree of Immortality were dumbfounded. They knew that once the being sealed in the ancestral land of the earth was released, the consequences would be unimaginable. The best outcome would be for the fire ape ancestor to let them go for the sake of the Golden Crow ancestor. However, this was only the wishful thinking of the Golden Crow clan's higher-ups. The fire ape ancestor turned around and glared at the golden crows on the Tree of Immortality. His eyes were filled with a terrifying ferocity. After being sealed for so many years, the fire ape ancestor had nowhere to vent his anger. He naturally wanted to settle the score with the Golden Crow clan. Swoosh! The fire ape primogenitor grabbed at the undying god tree. Boundless divine flames instantly condensed into a giant flaming hand that grabbed at the undying god tree. The fiery hand was so huge that it even shrouded the towering tree. It was trying to grab the undying god tree and the members of the Golden Crow tribe on it. Rumble! Wherever the flaming hand passed by, the void was directly annihilated. That divine fire obliterated everything and even shook the immortal tree of God. This caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. However, at this time, the higher-ups of the Golden Crow clan were operating the killing formation, gathering essence from all directions, and even drawing the power of the Earth Ancestor vein. A gigantic figure appeared in the sky. The aura emanating from this figure was simply too terrifying. Even the fire ape primogenitor was taken aback. What? Gufei couldn't help but be moved by this scene. The Golden Crow ancestor's methods were truly endless. He actually left a clone on the Undying God tree. The incarnation of a supreme god ancestor was not simple. Moreover, it was supported by the power of the killing formation. It was no different from a supreme god ancestor. Good heavens! Song-Kei's pupils contracted when he saw the figure that appeared on the Undying God tree. He was extremely familiar with the aura emitted from the figure. I've let you out to kill the enemy, not to deal with my Golden Crow clan. The figure stretched out his hand and slapped. The power of the Golden Sun at the extreme Tao level exploded from the giant hand. Boom! The two huge hands collided in an instant. This was a contest of power at the extreme Tao level. In an instant, the vast and mighty power of destruction obliterated a large area of the void. Even the primal chaos chi was beaten out. The fire ape primogenitor let out a strange cry and was forced to retreat 100 miles away by the figure. Roar! The fire ape primogenitor roared into the sky with a ferocious look. His golden fiery eyes shone with a ferocious light, and his body was surrounded by divine fire. Within the fire, there were vague Tao patterns. The powerful aura of the extreme Tao spread and shrouded the entire East Continent in an instant. Countless living beings in the East Continent were extremely terrified. The aura of the extreme Tao was boundless. Under such pressure, even the heavens and earth were trembling, let alone other living beings. This ferocious ape, the demon god, and the rest were terrified. The pressure from the fire ape primogenitor was too great. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, they still found it difficult to breathe. They were all existences that were only a step away from becoming an extreme grade supremacy. However, they were still as weak as ants in front of a true extreme grade supremacy. Among all the experts present, Gufei was probably the only one who could remain calm. This is just one of your incarnations. How dare you order me around? Go to hell. The fire ape primogenitor threw a punch at the figure above the Undying God tree. Although it was 100 miles away, the fire ape's punch arrived as soon as it said it would. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth trembled under the fire ape primogenitor's punch. Then, cracks that looked like a spider web appeared. You're courting death. Be careful, or I'll suppress you for billions of years again. The blurry incarnation of the Golden Crow primogenitor stood in the killing formation and said coldly. A super killing formation appeared in the void around him. Countless formation, runes, intertwined in the void. The essence of the ancestral earth meridian was constantly guided out from the depths of the earth by the killing formation and gathered into an enormous extreme Tao supreme energy. Everyone was shocked to see the scene. They could also tell what was going on. An incarnation of an extreme Tao supreme could never compete with a true extreme Tao supreme. However, with the help of this super killing formation, it was definitely possible. One must know that this super force could guide the essence of the ancestral earth meridian for its own use. That was the difference between them. The power of the ancestral earth meridian was not an ordinary power. The figure standing in the middle of the extreme Tao killing array also punched out. The two fists instantly collided with each other, and a dull sound of impact rang out. This time the fire ape primogenitor was not pushed back. The two fists still collided, and the two extreme Tao supreme energies were still clashing. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions from their fists. However, in the next moment, the fire ape primogenitor was sent flying again. This made the fire ape primogenitor furious. His opponent was very cunning. standing in the super killing formation. He was practically invincible. "Let me borrow the cauldron." At this moment, the fire ape primogenitor finally stared at Gu Fei's group. As he spoke, he directly grabbed at the ancient cauldron, floating above everyone's heads. A huge flaming hand appeared and instantly enveloped the sky, cutting off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei's group. "Humph." Gu Fei sneered but did not say anything. After all, the mountain and river cauldron was different from the extreme Tao Supreme weapons forged by ordinary extreme Tao Supremes. Seeing that the fire ape primogenitor was about to grab the mountain and river cauldron, Song Ke and the others were shocked. One must know that once the mountain and river cauldron was taken away by the fire ape, they would lose their protection. The might of the extreme Tao wasn't something anyone could withstand. At this moment, even Mo Joyo's expression changed. However, just as the fire ape primogenitor's hand was about to grab the mountain and river cauldron, the mountain and river cauldron suddenly trembled. An extreme Tao primordial chaos energy erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. The fire ape primogenitor exclaimed. The hand that was about to grab the mountain and river cauldron retracted. "What?" The fire ape primogenitor was shocked. He never thought that an extreme Tao divine weapon would be so powerful that it could shake off his hand. This was unbelievable. "You want the mountain and river cauldron? Dream on," Gu Fei said. "Little fella, this cauldron is yours." The fire ape primogenitor stared at Gu Fei and said, "So what if it's mine?" Gu Fei looked at the fire ape primogenitor in the sky and said calmly. He was wearing the sky blue immortal gold armor and wielding a peerless saber. He wasn't afraid of the fire ape primogenitor at all. "Little fella, don't you dare act presumptuously in front of me," the fire ape primogenitor said angrily. "I'm very honest. How am I presumptuous?" Gu Fei shrugged and said helplessly. He didn't want to be enemies with the fire ape primogenitor. After all, the fire ape primogenitor was an extreme Tao divine being. Offending such an invincible being was naturally an extremely unwise move. "How dare you attack my race's ancestral ground? Die!" At that moment, the incomparably powerful figure hovering above the divine tree of immortality said as he sent a palm strike towards Gu Fei and the others. Towering golden divine flames immediately erupted from the figure, shaking the heavens and earth. The space enveloped by the golden divine flames was constantly being annihilated. This kind of extreme Tao-grade divine flame was truly terrifying. Even a quasi-supreme being would be instantly burned to ashes if they were to be burned by this divine flame, and their lives would be extinguished in an instant. Swoosh! At the same time, Gu Fei also moved. He directly slashed with all his might, and the blade light of the extreme Tao level directly broke through the layers of divine flames and slashed at the opponent's large hand. In the next moment, the golden crow primogenitor's clone's flaming hand dissipated in the air. At the same time, the blade light that Gu Fei slashed out also disappeared. The two extreme Tao divine powers canceled each other out and destroyed each other. "Who do you think you are? The ruler of this place?" Gu Fei said disdainfully as he looked at the huge figure. "How dare you look down on me?" The golden crow primogenitor's clone was enraged. He couldn't walk out of the killing formation because once he did, he wouldn't be able to replenish his energy from the ancestral Earth Meridian. Under such circumstances, the golden crow primogenitor's clone was naturally not Gu Fei's opponent. Therefore, he wouldn't leave the killing formation. Chapter 3368. The power that Gu Fei displayed. Even Mo Joyo, who had lived for countless years, was shocked. This guy actually dared to fight against the Golden Crow ancestor's incarnation. In the eyes of Mo Joyo and the rest, Gu Fei was only a quasi-supreme being. Even though he had the peerless blade in his hand, he could fight against an existence with extreme power. But Gu Fei could only fight against Mo, Song Ke, and these fake sovereigns. If he met a true sovereign, he definitely had to kneel. However, the power that Gu Fei displayed, it was much stronger than what Mo and the rest had estimated. Moreover, he had quite a lot of extreme-level items on him. Gu Fei wore the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor, even though this battle armor was still lacking. It wasn't a true extreme-level battle armor, but the materials were heaven-defying. It was a battle armor made from the immortal gold sky-blue immortal gold. This battle armor could be worn on one's body. It could block all auras. If Gu Fei was willing, no one could sense his existence, even if he didn't use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Of course, the sky blue immortal gold battle armor could also block the aura of the outside world. Even the aura of the extreme level could be blocked outside. This was also why Gu Fei wasn't affected by the aura of the fire ape ancestor. At this moment, in the depths of the Golden Crow race's ancestral land, where the immortal god tree was, 3 experts were facing off against each other, and among these 3 experts, Gu Fei was the weakest. The fire ape ancestor, that was an extreme level expert, even though he was sealed for countless years, but he was still a true extreme level expert. He wasn't someone that Mo, Joyo, and Song Ke could compare to. In the current ancestral god realm, a fire ape ancestor appeared. This was an accident, but it was also inevitable. Most likely, when the Golden Crow ancestor sealed the fire ape ancestor in the ancestral land, he had already predicted all of this. The fire ape ancestor's escape. It would completely change the power structure of the entire ancestral god realm. Little fellow, how dare you look down on me? Damn it! Above the immortal god tree, the peerless killing formation of the Golden Crow clan was operating. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions, suppressing the entire region. It was extremely terrifying. Within the killing array, the figure was blurry. However, the aura it exuded was definitely not weaker than a true extreme grade powerhouse. A mere incarnation. He shouldn't have such combat strength, but because of the killing array, however, he was able to compete with extreme grade powerhouses. The killing formation attracted the power of the ancestral earth vein. He had the power of the ancestral earth vein. This allowed the Golden Crow ancestor's clone to truly possess the power to contend against an extreme grade supremacy. However, borrowing power like this had its drawbacks. That was the human array unity. Only then would they be able to unleash power comparable to an extreme Tao supremacy. Therefore, the Golden Crow ancestor's clone could not leave the extreme Tao killing formation. Otherwise, the fire ape progenitor would easily kill him. Haha, come out if you dare. I can kill you with just one hand. Gu Fei pointed his saber at the figure standing in the extreme Tao killing formation. He said proudly. The murderous aura exuded from the saber. Heaven and earth paled in comparison. Little guy, you are too presumptuous. If it was in the ancient times, I could kill you countless times with one finger. The Golden Crow ancestor's clone said angrily. Is that so? Haha. Unfortunately, this is no longer your era. Gu Fei smiled, courting death. Above the immortal god tree, the blurry figure, standing in the extreme Tao killing formation, was furious. He directly reached out to grab Gu Fei. The boundless flames turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. This huge hand covered the entire sky. Rumble, the huge hand fell. The void that was covered by the huge hand instantly exploded. It was directly destroyed. Buzz! Gu Fei laughed heartily. He slashed upwards with his saber. A destructive saber light immediately shot out from the peerless, murderous saber. The saber light shot up to the sky, like a hot knife through butter. It actually broke through the divine flame hand that came down from the sky. The huge divine flame hand was split in half by the saber light that came from the peerless, murderous saber. Then it disappeared in the void. After the saber light broke through the divine flame hand, its momentum did not decrease. It directly shot up to the sky. It disappeared at the end of the sky. What a domineering, extreme, Tao divine saber. From what I know, there has never been such a murderous saber in the ancestral god realm. This murderous saber is not from this world. The Golden Crow ancestors' clone said in shock. This is also not from the chaos demon realm. At this moment, far in the sky, Mo Juyo, who was under the protection of the cauldron of mountain and river, muttered to himself, "This Gufei, be it in the chaos demon realm or the ancestral god realm, they were all just passers-by. To think that I would meet someone from another world." The Golden Crow ancestors' clone said. Gufei didn't say anything. An expert from another world? At this moment, after hearing the Golden Crow ancestors' words, the Fire Ape ancestor was curious about Gufei, a being from another world. What was different about him? Fire Ape, you won't take revenge. This guy sealed you in the ancestral earth vein for countless years. Gufei said to the Fire Ape ancestor. Yes, revenge first. The Fire Ape ancestor didn't hesitate. He took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of the killing formation above the Undying God tree. He actually attacked the killing formation directly. The ferocious ape swung his fist. It was just a punch. The entire extreme Tao killing formation shook. Countless formation runes appeared. Even the figure in the killing formation was shaken. "You're crazy. I'm your big brother. Why would I harm you?" The figure in the killing formation exclaimed. "Preposterous. You sealed me in that dark place for so long. What else could it be other than harming me?" The Fire Ape ancestor was furious. He punched the extreme Tao killing array again and again. Not just the formation. Even the entire world began to shake along with it. "Damn it. If I didn't seal you in the ancestral earth vein, do you think you can still live until now?" The Golden Crow ancestor roared. Hearing the Golden Crow ancestor's words, the Fire Ape ancestor's movement paused. However, at this moment, Gufei was already charging over. He raised his hand and slashed at the extreme Tao killing array. The power of the peerless blade exploded. It turned into a destructive blade light. The blade light fell. In an instant, countless formation patterns were dispersed by this saber strike. However, the killing formation was, after all, an extreme killing formation. It couldn't be destroyed by one slash. As expected, the Golden Crow ancestor's incarnation, who was standing in the killing formation, blocked the extremely domineering blade light. Then he attacked Gufei. Many flames that were hard to see with the naked eye were like thin lines. They flew towards Gufei. They were extremely fast, but Gufei didn't have any intention of dodging. When the streaks of fiery light were about 3 feet away from Gufei, all of a sudden, Gufei's body trembled. It was as if they had hit a transparent wall. All of them were blocked. Seeing this scene, the Golden Crow ancestor's incarnation was shocked. Roar. At this moment, a roar rang out. The Fire Ape progenitor had actually broken through the extreme Tao killing formation. He charged into the killing formation. He was extremely ferocious. Rumble. The next moment, cries of surprise came from the killing formation. The sound of fighting. It was a mess. Countless formation runes were destroyed in the air. This was a rare opportunity. Gufei quickly attacked with all his might. The peerless, ominous blade in his hand flew up. It turned into a huge black dragon. Roar. The dragon roared at the sky. The sky was shaking, as if it could fall at any time. Above the starry sky, billions of stars shook. The ferocious aura was monstrous. This is far above the sky. Seeing this scene, all the experts were shocked. The extreme Tao aura that erupted from the black dragon was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Even the experts of the East Continent who were watching from outside the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. At this moment, they also felt their souls trembling. They were extremely frightened. What? Even the fire ape ancestor who had charged into the killing formation couldn't help but be shocked. The black dragon formed by the ominous blade pounced down from the sky towards the killing formation. With just one pounce, a large area of the void below directly shattered. The black dragon formed by the peerless ominous blade was extremely ferocious. He directly charged into the extreme Tao killing array. The power of the extreme path exploded. The killing formation was collapsing. No, the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor screamed in fear. Once the killing formation collapsed, he couldn't summon the power of the ancestral earth vein. As a result, it would be destroyed. Boom! The blurry figure began to fight with all his might. The power of the extreme golden sun erupted from his body. A golden feather appeared in his hand. It was the golden feather that had unleashed the golden sun-burning sky. It contained the extreme power of the extreme path. Now it was in the hands of the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor. Humph! At this moment, can you still turn the tables? The fire ape ancestor roared. He attacked with all his might. The extreme power kept erupting. Every living being in the East Continent of the ancestral god realm felt this aura. In front of the might of the extreme path, all living beings were ant-like existences. At this moment, the scene high up in the sky was incomparably shocking. Inside the killing formation, a mountain-like fire ape and a mountain-like black dragon were attacking a figure that was emitting endless golden light. Roar! The black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of divine flame. The divine flame spread out in an instant. It burned towards the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor. At the same time, the huge fire ape grabbed the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor. It tore one of the clone's arms off. It was extremely ferocious. This. Chapter 3369. The Golden Crow ancestor's avatar was no different from a real person. It also had a body of flesh and blood, which surprised Gu Fei. One should know that the avatars cultivated by ordinary cultivators were all illusions. Avatars and avatars were different. Avatars didn't have a body of flesh and blood, but avatars did. Gu Fei's two avatars were real and not illusions. The difference between avatars and avatars was the difference between illusion and reality. Avatars could dissipate and disappear completely. When they were killed, nothing would be left. Avatars, on the other hand, were real. If an avatar was killed by an opponent, it would either leave a corpse or show its true form. Gu Fei originally thought that the illusory figure in the extreme Tao killing formation was a clone, but when he attacked the killing formation with his peerless ominous saber, he discovered that it was different. The Golden Crow ancestor's method was indeed brilliant. He actually used this method. One should know that there was a difference in the battle strength of an incarnation and a clone. A real avatar would naturally be much stronger than an avatar. If it was any other expert who rashly attacked the killing formation and encountered an avatar instead of an avatar, then they would be in trouble. However, the ones who attacked the formation with a fire ape ancestor and the black dragon formed by Gu Fei's ominous blade. The fire ape ancestor and the black dragon formed by the ominous blade didn't care if the opponent was an avatar or an avatar. The two experts joined hands and killed the Golden Crow ancestor's avatar in an instant. The Golden Crow race's killing formation was collapsing. At this moment, Gu Fei had already retreated to the mountain and river cauldron because the god inside the ominous blade had awakened. To Gu Fei, this was definitely a good thing, a very good thing. The ominous blade's god had awakened. It was as if a supreme being had appeared in the world. Roar! The black dragon roared and spat out a mouthful of divine flames. Countless runes around it were incinerated and dissipated in the void. At this moment, the fire ape ancestor was extremely ferocious. He tore off the golden crow ancestor's avatar's arm. Golden blood sprayed all over the fire ape ancestor. The golden crow ancestor's avatar's blood contained an enormous amount of golden sun essence. If other living beings were to be splashed with this blood, they would have been burned to ashes. However, the fire ape ancestor and the golden crow ancestor were both life forms born from the god sun. They came from the same source. The golden crow ancestor's avatar's blood was not only harmless to the fire ape ancestor, but it was also a great tonic that could increase its battle power. The fire ape primogenitor swallowed the golden crow primogenitor's arm and continued to attack, wanting to tear off the other arm of the golden crow primogenitor's clone and eat it. However, the clone of the golden crow ancestor directly used the blood shield and dove into the depths of the earth, charging into the earth ancestor's vein. What? In the distant sky, Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this scene. The fire ape primogenitor and the peerless, ominous blade gods had joined forces to attack, yet the golden crow primogenitor's clone had escaped? It escaped? Song Ke panicked. One should know that it was the golden crow ancestor's avatar. If it escaped, it would be a huge problem. Rumble. At this moment, the entire ancestral land shook. Even the immortal tree was shaking. It was undergoing a shocking change. The huge tree shone with a dazzling divine light. Countless golden lights flickered on the treetop. Those were the golden crows. The immortal tree was shrinking rapidly, and the golden crows on the treetop were shrinking as well. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this. Was the immortal god tree trying to escape? No one could remain calm. Song Ke was panicking because the clone of the golden crow ancestor had escaped, while Gu Fei was panicking because the immortal god tree was about to escape. In Gu Fei's eyes, the immortal god tree was the most important. This living being that had lived for countless years was known as the immortal tree. It had gained sentience. When it sensed danger, the immortal tree would naturally escape. Old man, if you don't act now, then when? We can't let that tree escape. Gu Fei yelled at the mountain and river cauldron floating above his head. Only the awakened god of the mountain and river cauldron had the ability to catch the immortal tree. Even Song Ke and Mo could not catch the immortal tree at this moment. One should know that the Golden Crow clan's supreme killing formation was collapsing. The power of the supreme path spread. If it was not for the mountain and river cauldron's protection, even they would have to kneel before this power. At this moment, a small old man suddenly rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. Got it. I'll be right there, the small old man said impatiently. He then took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. No one expected Gu Fei to be able to command the mysterious and unfathomable gods while inside the supreme, divine weapon. In the next moment, the small old man appeared in front of the immortal tree. He then reached out with his hand, intending to grab the entire immortal tree. Buzz! At the same time, a rumble was heard from the immortal tree. Then, a ball of golden light appeared on the immortal tree and enveloped the entire immortal tree. However, at this moment, the entire void was sealed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. It would not be easy for the immortal tree to escape. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, the immortal tree entered the ancestral earth vein and disappeared. What? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Even the mountain and river cauldron could not take the immortal tree away. How was that possible? Did the Golden Crow ancestor have a backup plan? That guy must have done something. Otherwise, how could this happen? Song Ke roared. No one knew the Golden Crow ancestor better than he did. The Golden Crow ancestor was a decisive but cautious person. In the ancient age, during Song Ke's era, he had never seen the Golden Crow ancestor lose to anyone. Even Song-K himself was stabbed in the back by the Golden Crow ancestor. As expected, another powerful force of the supreme god path exploded where the immortal tree was rooted. A supreme god teleportation formation rose from deep underground. The Golden Crow ancestor's clone was able to escape into the ancestral earth vein, and the immortal tree was able to escape from the mountain and river cauldron's god because of this underground teleportation formation. It was no ordinary teleportation formation. It was in supreme god teleportation formation. The supreme god teleportation formation that rose from deep underground automatically disintegrated in the void. The runes that formed the formation were also quickly disappearing. Preposterous! When Song-K saw the situation, he could not help cursing. Golden Crow, first ancestor, that bastard actually still had such a contingency plan. At this moment, Gu Fei was speechless as well. However, this was normal. The Golden Crow ancestor would leave a way out for his people. It could only be said that Golden Crow's ancestor had predicted everything that could happen, and the preparation he made was fully displayed. The Golden Crow clan and the immortal tree had definitely escaped into the Earth ancestors' Earth Meridian. Only the essence of the Earth ancestors' Earth Meridian could completely cover the aura of the Golden Crow clan and the immortal tree. The supreme god teleportation formation could send the Golden Crow clan far away, but it was not safe. Existences like the Fire Ape ancestor could definitely tear apart the void and drag out the living beings that had escaped into the void. In front of an existence like the Fire Ape ancestor, the teleportation formation was merely a decoration. To the Golden Crow clan, escaping into the ancestral earth vein was the only way to be safe. The ancestral earth vein extended in all directions. The Golden Crow clan could follow the direction of the ancestral earth vein and escape to any place in the eastern continent that had the ancestral earth vein. Damn it! At this moment, the little old man was displeased. He had personally taken action, yet the immortal tree had escaped. How could he let it go? The little old man extended his right hand, and the mountain and river cauldron flew towards him. In the next moment, he and the mountain and river cauldron became one, and a middle-aged warrior appeared before everyone. This middle-aged warrior was also the god of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, he had changed his appearance. He was tall, mighty, and looked fierce. "Old man, what are you playing at?" Gu Fei asked. "I am going to war. No one has ever dared to play tricks in front of me without paying the price." The god of the mountain and river cauldron tore apart the void and took a step forward, entering the ancestral earth vein deep underground. This Gu Fei was shocked. If the god of the mountain and river cauldron was angry, it would be a very serious matter. At this moment, the black dragon formed by the peerless ominous blade rushed back. The ominous aura of the extreme path made all living beings tremble, including Song-K and Mo Jio. That was a true extreme path existence. It was equivalent to the arrival of an extreme path supreme. In the next moment, the mountain-like black dragon gradually became faint and illusory. The ominous aura of the extreme path retreated like the tide. In the end, the ferocious black dragon disappeared, and a black blade appeared in front of everyone. A powerful hand reached out and grasped the peerlessly fierce saber. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Fei differently. This person actually had so many nature-defying items. His luck was truly nature-defying. "Master, what should we do?" the monster god asked. Their purpose of attacking the Golden Crow clan's ancestral earth was simple. It was for the immortal tree. However, the immortal tree had escaped. "Wait. The old man will bring that divine tree back," Gu Fei said fiercely. Chapter 3370. The ancestor of the Golden Crow race had a backup plan. Not only did a clone of the Golden Crow ancestor escape, but the tree of immortality had also escaped. This made Gu Fei both shocked and angry. Although the god of the mountain and river cauldron had gone after the tree of immortality, It was hard to say if he could catch the tree. At this time, Gu Fei noticed that the fire ape ancestor was staring at the supreme ominous saber in his hand. His eyes were flickering with malicious intent. "Old ape, are you thinking of stealing my saber?" Gu Fei turned around and said to the fire ape ancestor, "Taoist friend, you've misunderstood. Since this saber has already recognized its master, why would I dare to steal it?" The fire ape ancestor said embarrassedly. The power displayed by the supreme ominous saber was clear for all to see. It was like the arrival of an extreme supreme being. After being sealed for so long, the fire ape ancestor was still injured. Although he did not fall from the extreme supreme realm, his combat power was greatly weakened. Right now, the fire ape ancestor could only unleash about 60% of his peak combat power. If this saber of mine hadn't recognized me as its master, you would have tried to steal it. Gu Fei looked at the fire ape ancestor and said indifferently, "He." The fire ape ancestor smiled but did not say anything. In the next moment, the fire ape ancestor shot up into the sky and disappeared into the void. He left just like that. No one knew where he went. Gu Fei did not expect the fire ape ancestor to leave so suddenly. He was a little surprised. Of course, he did not care whether the fire ape ancestor left or not. With the supreme ominous saber in hand, Gu Fei was not afraid of the fire ape ancestor. At this time, the remaining demons began to clean up the battlefield. This battle was truly tragic. The Golden Crow race had suffered great losses, but the demons from beyond the heavens had also suffered great losses. "Brother Gu, we've tried our best." Mo Gio came to the side of Gu Fei and said. He sighed. The result of this battle was not what he wanted, but in order to return to his hometown, he had no choice but to swallow this evil fruit. "All right, once this matter is settled, I will activate the formation platform and send you back to the Chaos Devil realm." Gu Fei looked at Mo Gio seriously and said he was very satisfied with the performance of the demons from beyond the heavens in this battle. As a condition, he naturally had to activate the teleportation formation and send Mo Gio back to the Chaos realm. "Thank you in advance," Mo Gio said. He was really afraid that Gu Fei would not fulfill his promise. One should know that the demons from beyond the heavens had paid a huge price this time. At this moment, Song Kei brought the remaining clansmen into the depths of the ancestral land. This was where the Earth Ancestral Vein was located. Although a great battle had taken place here, it didn't affect the Earth Ancestral Vein. This used to be the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock race. Now that they had returned, they were filled with emotions. "Ancestor, we're finally back." Peng Jingtian choked with sobs. The other clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race were also extremely emotional. Their eyes were brimming with tears. They had been away for too long. Ever since Song Kei was trapped in the Chaos Devil realm, the ancestors of the Golden Crow race had raised the butcher's knife against them. Except for a few clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race who managed to escape, the rest were directly slaughtered by the ancestors of the Golden Crow race. For countless years, the Golden Crow race had never given up on hunting down the chaotic Golden Rock race. It could be said that the current chaotic Golden Rock race was living a wandering life. They were always on tenterhooks because they didn't know when the experts of the Golden Crow race would suddenly appear. This was a great battle between experts of the extreme Tao level. The sky and earth were broken. The broken void was constantly repaired under the effect of the heaven and earth law. "We're finally back." Song Kei sighed. After leaving for countless years, he never thought that he would come back in this way. The ground was barren. It was all solidified by the melted magma of the golden sun, divine fire. The Golden Crow race was really ruthless. They had directly returned to a land full of vitality. It was really a pity. Of course, this ancestral land wasn't really threatened. In time, it would become a land full of vitality again. The Golden Crow race has lost. At this time, outside the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan, the experts who were watching were all stunned by this result. The Golden Crow clan was so powerful, but their ancestral land was actually conquered. When did the devils of the extraterrestrial devil region become so powerful? The experts who were watching from afar began to retreat. No one would be stupid enough to provoke the guys in the ancestral land at this time. In fact, the battlefield was very clean. The golden sun, divine fire released by the clone of the Golden Crow race, had burned everything. Not even a corpse or a fragment of a divine artifact could be seen. Very soon, the demons of the extraterrestrial demon area began to retreat as well. At this moment, Gu Fei arrived at the place where the tree of immortality had taken root. The ground there had collapsed, forming a bottomless hole. This, Gu Fei was very surprised. He knew that the tree of immortality had taken root here to nourish itself with the essence of the ancestral vein of the earth. Did this hole lead directly to the ancestral vein of the earth? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he thought of that. He thought about it, then sent out a clone of himself. It was another him, possessing extremely powerful battle prowess. He handed the mountain river diagram to his incarnation. The landscape diagram was a supreme god artifact. With its protection, even the clone of the Golden Crow race's ancestor would not be able to harm his clone. Afterwards, Gu Fei's clone jumped into the pitch-black hole in front of him. Gu Fei's clone could only hear the wind whistling in his ears. His body was falling rapidly. This seemed to be a bottomless abyss, as if there was no end to it. After a while, Gu Fei felt his clone enter a very large space. It was a place where endless essence of the world had gathered. Gu Fei's clone could not sense any other presences at all. In this pitch-black space, it was as if only Gu Fei's clone was walking alone. Forget it. Gu Fei's clone retreated, then directly rushed into the sky, charging out from the depths of the earth. He did not want to get lost in the ancestral vein of the earth. At this moment, the huge hole in the ground was absorbing the essence of the world. Gu Fei immediately kept his clone and the landscape diagram. He could only wait for news from the god of the mountain and river cauldron. Everything on the ground of the Golden Crow race's ancestral land had been destroyed. The entire ground had sunk by several feet. At this moment, Sankei had started to repair the divine land. As the demons retreated, the huge ancestral land was only left with the clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race. However, there were not many clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race. At this moment, Sankei realized the importance of manpower. After returning from the Chaos Demon realm, Sankei had almost become a commander with no manpower. This was something unimaginable for a former supreme god ancestor like him. In the past, the chaotic Golden Rock race was so powerful. However, it had declined to the point where it was almost extinct. Thinking of the culprit who caused all of this, Sankei gritted his teeth. He could not wait to skin that guy alive. However, that guy had disappeared. He could only vent his anger on all the clansmen of the Golden Crow race. However, even the remaining clansmen of the Golden Crow race had escaped. This made Sankei furious. He swore that he would not rest until the Golden Crow race was destroyed. Brother Gu. At this moment, Gu Fei came to Sankei's side. Did you find anything? Gu Fei asked. No, the guys of the Golden Crow race destroyed everything. Sankei said angrily, Do you need help? Gu Fei looked around and said, It would be great if Brother Gu could lend us a hand. Yemo said with a smile. Sankei said happily, It's nothing. As Gu Fei said, he waved his right hand and a scroll appeared in the void. In the next moment, countless demons walked out of the landscape diagram. There was strength in numbers. With the help of countless demons, the terrain of the entire Earth ancestor vein was rapidly changing. The scorched land was once again filled with endless vitality. In less than a day, everything that was burned by the golden sun primary fire was restored. Trees were transplanted into the ancestral land. Gu Fei took action and drew the spring of life from his inner world. A light rain fell from the sky. The spring water turned into rainwater and fell on every corner of the ancestors' land. Soon, the entire region was filled with vitality again, and a rainbow light appeared in the sky. Why isn't that guy back yet? The deity of the mountain and river cauldron had not returned yet. Gu Fei felt uneasy. Could there be someone in this world who could compete with the deity of the mountain and river cauldron? A day passed quickly and night fell. The stars in the sky were exceptionally bright, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. Gu Fei sat on a boulder on the top of a mountain and looked at the clansmen of the chaotic Golden Rock race who were busy building pavilions at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the entire ancestral land had changed greatly. There were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Spiritual energy lingered in the air, and the figures of immortal birds could be seen in the distance. Boom! In the dead of night, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the sky above the ancestral land. Then, the void shattered, and a figure rushed out from the shattered void. The person's clothes were ragged, and his hair was unkempt. He looked extremely miserable. Old man. At this moment, Gu Fei saw the person rushing out from the shattered void and immediately recognized him. He was the deity of the mountain and river cauldron. Swoosh! Gu Fei stood up from the boulder and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the deity of the mountain and river cauldron. What's going on? Where's the immortal tree? Chapter 3371. The god of the cauldron returned in a sorry state, shocking Gu Fei. One must know that this was the god of the cauldron, an existence equivalent to an extreme grade sovereign. Who could make the god of the cauldron, who could contend against an extreme grade sovereign, look so pathetic? That bastard actually set up all sorts of traps in the ancestral earth vein. How infuriating! The god of the cauldron, who had turned into an old man, was fuming with rage. It turned out that the Golden Crow ancestor had not only left a contingency plan in the ancestral land of the Golden Crows, he had also set up all sorts of traps in the ancestral earth vein to prevent enemies that were too powerful to chase after the fleeing Golden Crows. One had to admit that the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan had really calculated everything. As a result, the god of the cauldron was in big trouble. The traps and killer moves that the Golden Crow ancestor had set up were not ordinary. They were all at the extreme grade sovereign level and were powered by the power of the ancestral earth vein. The power gathered by the ancestral earth vein of the entire ancestral god realm's eastern continent was so powerful that even a true extreme grade sovereign would be fearful. The killer moves that the Golden Crow ancestor had set up by drawing on the power of the ancestral earth vein could naturally harm an extreme grade sovereign. However, the cauldron was one of the strongest extreme grade Dao artifacts in history. Even the traps that the Golden Crow ancestor had set up in the ancestral earth vein could not truly harm the god of the cauldron. Even so, the Golden Crow ancestor's tricks had left the little old man in a sorry state despite not harming the god of the cauldron. That means that the tree of immortality has escaped. Gu Fei said in disbelief. What do you think? The little old man said in annoyance. If I were to chase after it, I would definitely be able to catch it. At this moment, a divine consciousness was transmitted from Gu Fei's body. Then a little black dragon rushed out from his body and landed on his shoulder, looking at the little old man in disdain. What did you say? How dare you look down on me? When I debuted, you were still wearing diapers. The little old man was displeased. Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me. The little black dragon spoke with incomparable arrogance. Although it was small, a tyrannical fiendish aura emanated from its tiny body. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate at this moment. At this time, Gu Fei's forehead was beaded with sweat. The little black dragon was naturally the manifestation of the peerless, ominous saber. These extreme Tao, level Tao treasures had already gained sentience and could transform. One had to know that, to a certain extent, an extreme Tao tool was also a different kind of life form. What? You want to see whose fist is harder? The little old man waved his fist and said, "Humph, be careful that I don't eat you." The little black dragon said, he was still incomparably arrogant because he had the right to be arrogant. He was the fiercest dragon in all of history. Even the Tai Huang was not as fierce as him. Come, come, come. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be able to. The little old man was very displeased with the little black dragon's incomparably cold and arrogant attitude. He actually dared to act so fiercely in front of this daddy. He simply didn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. He was too arrogant, since ancient times, who had dared to act so arrogantly in front of him? Little Loach. The little black dragon, standing on Gufei's shoulder, was also enraged. No one had ever dared to call him a little loach in front of him. This had touched his reverse scale. I say, have you all forgotten my existence? Gufei scratched his head. It was this little loach who started it. If we don't teach this little loach a lesson, this little loach will really think that he's invincible. The little old man shrugged his shoulders. Come, let me see how much ability an old man like you has left. You dare to flaunt your seniority in front of this dragon. The little black dragon stared at the little old man and said coldly, Don't. There's no need to harm our friendship. Gufei frowned. If these two fellas were to get into a fight, things would get really troublesome. One had to know that these two fellas were both extreme Tao existences. The god of the mountain and river cauldron was naturally supremely strong. This fella had lived for countless of years. To put it bluntly, the number of bridges that this fella had crossed was even more than the number of roads that Lin Fan had walked. However, that little black dragon was no simple fella either. Back in that ancient era, he was known as the Great Ferocious Dragon. Even the Tai Emperor wasn't as ferocious as him. The little old man glared the little black dragon on Gufei's shoulder with a furious look. As for the little black dragon, it was also glaring at the little old man with its dragon eyes. Both of these fellas ignored Gufei. Don't really get into a fight. If you guys aren't careful, I'm going to be in deep trouble. Gufei hurriedly said, If two extreme Tao existences were to fight, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Even if he was wearing the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, he wouldn't be able to withstand the might of the extreme Tao. If the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless ferocious saber were to fight, who could possibly separate them? It would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. In fact, the destruction would be even more terrifying than the battle with the clone of the Golden Crow ancestor. Then let's fight on the mental plane. The little old man said, All right. The little black dragon didn't object. Shing. In the next instant, Gufei felt a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. He then realized that he was already in a white void where he couldn't see the sky nor the earth. At this moment, two auras of the extreme Tao suddenly descended upon this white void, causing the entire void to tremble. A battle on the mental plane? Why am I here as well? Before Gufei could figure out what was going on, the two extreme Tao existences had already begun fighting. All he could see was an ancient cauldron and a black saber clashing together. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the entire void seemed like it was about to explode. The vast and mighty extreme Tao energy caused Gufei to be incomparably shocked. He hurriedly tried to retreat. However, the extreme Tao energy that was enough to destroy everything had already arrived. What? Gufei's shock was no small matter. He was about to be killed by these two fellows. However, just when he thought that he was about to die to this vast extreme Tao energy, he saw the energy directly pass through his body and surge behind him. Gufei hurriedly touched his body and discovered that he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. The extreme Tao energy seemed to be an illusion. Could it be that all of this is an illusion? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The little old man said that he was fighting the little black dragon on the mental plane. Could it be that this was a void that had evolved on the mental plane? No one answered Gu Fei's question. However, at his level of cultivation, he was only a step away from becoming an invincible supreme being in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so he could vaguely guess how such a phenomenon appeared. At this moment, an ancient cauldron and a black dragon were constantly colliding in the vast white void, causing incomparably shocking sounds to erupt. Although Gu Fei had already guessed that this was all an illusion, it was extremely real. It was as if there were really 2 extreme Tao treasures fighting. At this moment, in the outside world, on the mountain where Gu Fei was located, an extreme Tao energy spread out. This extreme Tao energy enveloped the entire mountain. What's happening? The extreme Tao aura emitted from Gu Fei's mountain naturally alarmed all the experts in the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. Song Kei's figure immediately appeared in the void near the mountain. He didn't dare to go forward rashly because he sensed 2 familiar auras, the mountain river cauldron and the peerless, ominous blade. What are these 2 Tao weapons doing? Song Kei muttered to himself. This made him very puzzled and curious. He was very familiar with the power of the mountain river cauldron and the peerless, ominous blade. Naturally, he knew what terrifying things would happen once these 2 Tao weapons went all out. Soon, Mo Jiao and the demon god also arrived. The figures of the 3 stone demons also appeared in the distant sky, staring at the mountain below. What's going on? The demon god asked Song Quebec Gu Fei's life and death were closely related to him. If Gu Fei died, then no one could help him remove the restrictive technique that Gu Fei had planted on him. That kind of restrictive technique was extremely powerful. Once it was activated, even the demon god would directly perish in both body and soul. The demon god naturally didn't want to die in such a sullen and unworthy manner. How would I know? Song Kei said, just when all the experts in the ancestral land had arrived, Gu Fei was in the vast white void, witnessing the battle between the 2 extreme Tao weapons. Although all of this happened on the spiritual level and wasn't real, Gu Fei felt as if he was there, and it was extremely real. At that moment, the mountain river cauldron had turned into a little old man and was fighting endlessly with the dragon formed by the peerless, ominous blade. Roar! The little old man suddenly roared angrily and turned around to ride on the little black dragon's back, hugging it tightly with both hands. No matter how the little black dragon rolled and struggled, it couldn't shake off the little old man. Seeing the scene, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Do you submit? The little old man directly grabbed the dragon's whiskers and swung his right fist, punching the little black dragon's head over and over again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was as dull as thunder. No, the little black dragon roared angrily. He wasn't an existence that would yield so easily. All extreme Tao weapons were very proud because they were the most powerful extreme Tao weapons since ancient times. In the current world, they were absolutely invincible. If you don't submit, I'll beat you until you submit. The little old man's fists did not stop and actually broke the little black dragon's 2 dragon horns, causing blood to flow. This was dragon blood, a great tonic. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. A battle between extreme Tao-level experts was indeed very dangerous. Soon, the little black dragon's head was full of bumps from the little old man's beating. Chapter 3372. Although the little old man from the cauldron of mountains and rivers and the little black dragon from the unparalleled ominous blade were fighting on a spiritual level, this battle was far too real for Gu Fei. The little old man rode on the little black dragon's back and punched out. One of the little black dragon's horns broke with a loud crack and dragon blood splattered everywhere. The little old man was truly too ferocious at this moment. The energy waves that erupted from his small body caused the heavens to pale in comparison. The little black dragon roared incessantly and rolled around with all his might, trying to shake off the little old man riding on his back. However, the little old man seemed to have taken root on his back and could not be shaken off no matter how hard he tried. Preposterous! The little black dragon was about to go crazy. This fellow was truly too hateful. He actually dared to ride on his back. One had to know that since ancient times, no one had ever dared to ride on his back. Of course, that was except for the little black dragon's first master, who had refined him into the unparalleled ominous blade. In that distant era, the little black dragon was once a peerless ominous being whose name shook the entire world. He was equally famous as the great ominous mysterious yellow dragon. He had rampaged through the entire world and was practically invincible. However, in that era where experts emerged in large numbers, even the most powerful existences would fall at some point. The great ominous azure dragon was a little unlucky. He had encountered a super abnormal fellow who had refined him into a blade called the azure dragon blade. The unparalleled ominous blade did not have a name, but on the day it was refined, the super abnormal fellow wielded it and used it to slay 13 supreme experts. Thus, from that era onward, those powerful existences began to call the seemingly unremarkable black blade the unparalleled ominous blade. As time passed, the original name of the blade was forgotten. "Old man, I'm going to kill you." The little black dragon was thoroughly enraged. With a roar, it transformed into a human and then grabbed the shoulder of the little old man on its back. Then it exerted all its strength to throw the little old man away. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel shaken when he saw this scene from afar. Although that peerless god was at a disadvantage, it wasn't as if he couldn't fight back. "Haha, you want to kill me? Little loach, you don't have the qualifications." The little old man laughed and disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared above the head of the black-robed man, transformed from the peerless, ominous blade god, and stomped his foot down on the black-robed man's face. "Old man, you're going too far." The black-robed man was enraged. His right hand instantly transformed into a peerless divine saber and slashed upwards. A terrifying destructive force erupted from the peerless divine saber. Shwa! The void was split by this extremely domineering saber light. The power of this saber was a little terrifying. The blade light that had rushed out from the black-robed man's hand collided with the little old man's foot. With a loud boom, the peerless blade light was shattered by the little old man's foot. Bang! In the next moment, the little old man's foot solidly stomped on the black-robed man's face, deforming it completely. The black-robed man screamed and fell from the sky. This part of the world was a vast expanse of whiteness. The peerless, ominous blade god didn't know how far he had fallen. He only knew that stars were dancing before his eyes, and a footprint had appeared on his face. Ah! The peerless, ominous blade god was about to go crazy. That old man actually dared to step on his face. He really didn't give him any face at all. What a bastard! What are you for? At this time, the little old man attacked again. This time it wasn't a foot. A huge hand descended from the sky and instantly slapped the peerless, ominous blade god. The peerless, ominous blade god was sent flying. He was at a disadvantage, and it seemed to be an absolute disadvantage. At this time, the peerless, ominous blade god stabilized his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although it was a spiritual confrontation, it was incomparably real. It was as terrifying as a real battle between two beings of the extreme path. Only Gu Fei had the fortune to witness this scene. The two powerhouses were displaying the profound meaning of the extreme path, which was a great benefit to him. Being able to watch a battle between extreme grade powerhouses, even though it was only a battle on the spiritual level, allowed Gu Fei to have a deeper understanding of the extreme grade realm. Rumble! The entire spiritual space was shaking. It was terrifying to the extreme. Although the peerless, ominous blade god fought with the god of the mountain and river cauldron, The result was the same. Although the peerless, ominous blade god was extremely ferocious, the god of the mountain and river cauldron had lived longer than the peerless, ominous blade god, and his methods were more brilliant. Of course, the god of the mountain and river cauldron was also stronger than the peerless, ominous blade god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the peerless, ominous blade god. The gods of the two supreme saint treasures had taken human form and were fighting with all their might. It was incomparably intense, and they didn't have any misgivings. Balls of fire exploded, and powerful fire, elemental power, erupted. Although it wasn't a real duel, Gu Fei was already drenched in sweat. His clothes were drenched in sweat, as if he had just climbed out of the water. The god of the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless, ominous blade god were fighting. The entire void on the spiritual plane was shaking, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void. In this battle, the god of the mountain and river cauldron always had the upper hand. Although the peerless, ominous blade god was powerful and incomparably ferocious, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. In the end, there was a loud bang. The void on the spiritual plane between the god of the mountain and river cauldron and the god of the peerless, ominous blade god collapsed. Two powerful waves of divine were intertwined before dissipating. At that moment, Gu Fei felt the world spinning before his eyes. It was as if the entire world was about to turn upside down, making him feel nauseous. What? Gu Fei was shocked, but this feeling quickly disappeared. He found himself still standing on the mountain top, holding a black blade and an ancient cauldron in each hand. Sweat beaded on Gu Fei's forehead. These two extreme Tao treasures were not simple. Was it the peerless, ominous blade or the mountain and river cauldron that was more powerful? Gu Fei didn't know. Perhaps only the peerless, ominous blade and the mountain and river cauldron knew the result. Gu Fei grabbed the peerless, ominous blade and the mountain and river cauldron and stood there foolishly for a while. Then he came to his senses and carefully put away the two extreme Tao treasures. He didn't dare to offend the god of the peerless, ominous blade god or the god of the mountain and river cauldron. To be able to witness a spiritual battle between extreme Tao level beings was very meaningful to Gu Fei. After all, he was about to take that step. The extreme Tao treasures were a different kind of life form. To some extent, it could be said that the extreme Tao Supreme Being had descended. The extreme profound meaning it displayed was very useful to Gu Fei. He could compare the extreme profound meaning displayed by the extreme Tao treasures with the great Tao meaning he had cultivated to improve his own cultivation of the great Tao. Although this couldn't make Gu Fei an extreme Tao Supreme Being, it could allow Gu Fei to go further in his cultivation of the great Tao and accumulate more experience. Gu Fei directly jumped onto the boulder beside him, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He wanted to digest the things he obtained from the battle between the god of the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless, ominous blade god. He had a feeling in his heart and naturally wanted to verify it. Gu Fei sat there for several hours. For cultivators, especially those at Gu Fei's level, several hours were just a blink of an eye. At this time, the experts who were alarmed by the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless, ominous blade were bewildered and did not dare to go up the mountain. The two extreme Tao auras that erupted on the mountain had disappeared. Song Ke and the demon god were watching. They knew that the only person who could cause such a commotion was Gu Fei. They were more interested in what Gu Fei was doing, especially since this matter required the use of extreme Tao level power. This made Song Ke and the demon god even more curious. But when they saw Gu Fei, who was originally standing foolishly on the top of the mountain, had suddenly leaped onto a large rock at his side, and then he sat down cross-legged and actually started cultivating, they were surprised and bewildered. "Master, this is..." The demon god looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder on the top of the mountain, and his face turned solemn. Song Ke was also very curious about what Gu Fei had comprehended that made him so eager to cultivate. One must know that they had just defeated the Golden Crow clan and an incarnation of the Golden Crow clan's ancestor had escaped. No one knew what other powerful means the Golden Crow clan's ancestor had left behind. The Golden Crow clan could come back at any time, which was something Song-K had to guard against. Most importantly, the Golden Crow clan had been operating in the East Continent for so many years, and naturally had many allies. Song-K was investigating which force the Golden Crow clan had formed an alliance with to prevent the Golden Crow clan from retaliating. The chaotic Golden Rock clan was too weak, so Song-K had no choice but to rely on Gu Fei's power to protect the ancestral land that they had just taken back from the Golden Crow clan. The demons from the extraterrestrial demon territory had not completely retreated, which was a troublesome matter. It was easy to invite a demon in, but difficult to send one away. Mo Juyo was not someone who would leave easily. If they wanted Mo Juyo to leave, Gu Fei would have to step forward. However, Mo Juyo had suffered a great loss this time around. If they wanted him to leave, they would have to pay a price. Otherwise, Mo Juyo would definitely not leave obediently. How troublesome. Chapter 33:73. The unusual battle between the Mountain River Cauldron's deity and the Peerless Blade's deity made Gu Fei feel something. Hence, he sat down on a boulder at the top of the mountain and comprehended the trace of Tao runes that he had captured. For Gu Fei, the extreme grade realm was still difficult to understand and deduce. One must know that it was the extreme grade realm, the end of the Tao. If he could understand and deduce the Tao to the extreme, he would have become an extreme grade supreme long ago. Why would he need to cultivate so hard? There were many cultivators in the world who cultivated painstakingly, even by hook or by crook, for only one purpose: to be immortal and exist forever in the world. Even if the world was destroyed, they could still live on. The extreme grade realm seemed to be the end, but it might also be a new starting point. In today's world, it seemed that no one could be truly immortal. Even extreme grade supremes had fallen, let alone all living beings in the world. Gu Fei entered a state of semi-seclusion. However, the place he was at was not suitable because the top of the mountain was not a place for seclusion. Song-K, the demon god, and the others were a little anxious because there were some things that could only be done by Gu Fei. However, at this time, Gu Fei entered a state of cultivation that was similar to an epiphany. No one dared to disturb Gu Fei because everyone sensed that the two extreme grade auras that appeared in the world previously originated from the top of the mountain where Gu Fei was. Even Mo Juyo was very afraid of the two extreme grade auras. Seeing that Gu Fei was cultivating on the top of the mountain, he did not want to disturb him at this time. As a result, two forces were formed in the entire chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. One was Song-K and the demon god's faction, while the other was Mo Juyo's extraterrestrial demons faction. It was easy to invite the demons, but difficult to send them away. Most of the demons had returned to the extraterrestrial demon territory, but Mo Juyo and some of the demon gods stayed behind. Song-K and the demon divine lord didn't like those demons, but they couldn't go against Mo Juyo. After all, Mo Juyo was recognized as the strongest expert in the chaos demon realm. After the passage between the two worlds was severed, the only reason why the demons trapped in the ancestral god realm were able to survive was because of Mo Juyo's existence. Back then, after that battle, Mo Juyo had fought against the experts of the entire ancestral god realm by himself. After countless bitter battles, he was still alive, while his enemies had all fallen. This was Mo Juyo. He had killed his way to fame, and no one dared to look down on him. The news of Mo Juyo coming out of seclusion had already spread far and wide. At this moment, all the cultivation forces in the eastern continent were extremely nervous, afraid that Mo Juyo would attack them. This was especially true for those forces that were inextricably linked to the Golden Crow clan, and they felt even more uneasy. Although Song-K had regained the ancestral land that had been occupied by the Golden Crow clan for countless years, his forces were still very weak. Only Peng Jingtian, Peng Jingtian and Peng Jingtian could take charge. As for the Chaos Goldenrock clan, there were only a few hundred clansmen scattered around the ancestral god realm, and it was no longer the same as when they were at their peak. Compared to Song Ke, the demon divine lord, and the others, Mo Jiyo didn't have as many concerns. At this moment, on the mountain top, the sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. The aura of the great Tao was vast and mighty, and the aura of chaos lingered around him. It was as terrifying as if a new world was being created. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the great Tao of chaos to such a level. Mo Jiyo's figure appeared in the distant sky. He was still riding on his old black bull. The old black bull still had a listless look on its face. An old man riding on an old bull. If other experts in the ancestral god realm were to see the scene, they would definitely be scared shitless and flee in panic. Gu Fei cultivated the great Tao of chaos, but his Tao was different from others. It could transform, which would cause misunderstandings, but he was not stupid enough to explain it. The extreme of chaos was primordial chaos. If Gu Fei's great Tao could transform into the primordial great Tao, he would be able to go one step further and become an extreme supreme being. The strange phenomenon that appeared on Gu Fei's body was really shocking. The aura of chaos was vast and mighty, and within the aura of chaos there were even chaotic electric lights blooming, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Rumble! In the shocking sound of wind and thunder, Gu Fei's figure was completely submerged by the aura of chaos, as if a new world of chaos was evolving. Song Ke and the demon divine lord had already left, but they returned at this time. Boom! At this moment, a huge hand broke through the void and slammed down on Gu Fei, who was on the top of the mountain. Towering divine flames rained down from the huge hand, burning the world and the void into oblivion. A wave of extreme supreme being appeared between heaven and earth, and everyone was stunned by the scene. Someone actually dared to attack Gu Fei. Who could be so powerful? Even Mo Jiyo, who was riding on the old bull, couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw the giant hand that emitted monstrous divine flames slamming down from the sky. It's Huiju. Song Ke was inexplicably shocked. He naturally knew who was attacking Gu Fei. That person was the ancestral god's heart that Gu Fei had defeated in the fire domain, the Patriarch Huiju. There was no doubt that Patriarch Huiju was powerful. One should know that Patriarch Huiju was a ruthless character who dared to lead countless ancestral god realm experts into the chaos demonic realm. Although Patriarch Huiju was defeated in that battle, he also dragged his opponent down with him before he died. Song Ke and the demon divine lord immediately took action. The demon divine lord even soared into the sky and directly smashed the void into the chaos to fight with the guy who secretly attacked. Bang! A dull sound of impact was heard. The demon divine lord who had rushed into the chaos was sent flying out from the chaos with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that even the demon divine lord was sent flying out, the other experts in the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land could not help but be shocked. The aura that emanated from the hand caused countless experts to bend their backs. Even the most arrogant person would have no choice but to lower their proud heads. Buzz! Just as the huge hand in the sky was about to land on the mountaintop, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. The shadow of the ancient cauldron immediately enveloped Gu Fei. Boom! Chapter 3374. In the ancestral land of the chaotic Golden Rock clan, a big hand suddenly broke through the void and directly slammed down from the chaos towards a mountain below. Boom! A loud noise. The big hand fell. It actually blew up the entire mountain peak. The tyrannical power of the extreme Tao level spread in all directions. The ground cracked, forming hideous cracks. Dust rose high into the sky. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. All the experts who witnessed this scene were stunned. Whether it was the experts of the divine clan or the experts of the demons, they were all in disbelief. How is this possible? Song Kei's face changed greatly. One had to know. The ancestral land of the chaotic Goldenrock clan was not an ordinary place. They could enter and leave at will. This ancestral land was covered by the extreme Tau formation. However, someone directly ignored the extreme Tau formation. He broke into the ancestral land and attacked Gu Fei. He and the demon god attacked at the first moment. However, the demon god was directly sent flying by the guy hiding in the chaos. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Song Kei was also sent flying. He couldn't imagine. How long had it been? How could this guy be so powerful? Rumble, the void was shaking. The big hand that emitted monstrous divine flames dissipated in the void. Although the big hand disappeared, however, it turned into endless divine flames that swept out in all directions. Originally, it had been repaired, a region that had become full of vitality. It fell into a sea of fire in an instant. That divine flame could ignite anything it came into contact with. Even the void was burning. Everyone fled to the distance in horror. Damn it! Song Kei saw this scene. He was almost going crazy. This bastard. Song Kei gritted his teeth. He hated the Heavenly Fire clan to the core. This absolute flame was really going too far. He actually dared to fight in my place. That day, Gu Fei attacked the ancestral land of the Skyfire clan. When old ancestor Hu Ju ran away, although Song Kei was present, but he didn't make a move. He directly activated the peerless killing formation in the ancestor's land. The next moment, divine runes appeared in the void of the entire world. Countless divine patterns interweaved. They formed a series of ancient diagrams. Rumble, extreme Tao level power was quickly gathering. The entire ancestral land of the chaotic Goldenrock race suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. Dazzling bolts of lightning appeared in the void. It kept tearing the void of the world. This extreme Tao Grand Array was set up by Song Kei in the past. It could draw in the essence energy of the ancestral earth veins. He gathered the most powerful extreme Tao energy. The entire formation was like a master of the extreme Tao. It could unleash extreme Tao level attacks. Even against those pseudo-sovereigns with extreme Tao power, it was also very lethal. As the extreme Tao Grand Array was activated, the void that was enveloped by the extreme Tao Grand Array suddenly seemed like it was about to condense. Everyone felt a great pressure. Then, a ball of golden sunlight, divine light appeared in the extreme Tao Grand Array. Then it smashed towards where old ancestor Huju was. Boom! There was a loud sound. The void was directly smashed by that ball of golden light. That ball of golden light directly smashed into the chaos. It broke through the layers of chaos. It smashed towards the figure hidden in the chaos. However, that figure only stretched out a hand. He blocked the ball of golden light that was smashing towards him. However, the next moment, boom! There was a loud sound. That ball of golden light suddenly exploded. A terrifying destructive power suddenly erupted. In an instant, it enveloped the figure. What? The figure was clearly taken aback, but he only saw his body shake. It dispersed the destructive power that was about to obliterate it. Song Kei, the golden light dissipated. Old ancestor Hu Ju's figure appeared. There was a frightening, murderous light in his eyes, like a fierce beast that could devour people at any time. At this moment, in the ancestral land of the chaotic Goldenrock clan, the mountain where Gu Fei was directly blasted by old ancestor Hu Ju. Everyone wanted to know what happened to Gu Fei. Endless dust filled the air, but no one saw Gu Fei rushing out from inside. They couldn't even feel Gu Fei's aura. Is he dead? The demon god's mood was extremely complicated. He naturally wished that Xiao Chen would die quickly, so that he could regain his freedom. But once Xiao Chen died, no one could remove the restrictive spell on him. He was very clear. In this way, the restrictive spell on him, it had become his biggest hidden danger. No one knew if the restrictive spell would collapse. Once it did, there would be serious consequences. All of this was unpredictable. Hence, the demon god didn't want Gu Fei to die. He was in such a mood, but it was extremely contradictory. Is Gu Fei really dead? Song Ke frowned. He naturally didn't want Gu Fei to die just like that. One had to know. He still needed Gu Fei to restrain Mo Jio. With Gu Fei, Mo Jio didn't dare to be too presumptuous. One had to know. Only Gu Fei could help him return to the Chaos Demon realm. To anger Gu Fei, for Mo Jio, there was no benefit. However, if Gu Fei had really fallen then the situation would immediately become uncontrollable. Mo Jio would no longer have any scruples. He would do something. Even Song Ke and the demon god couldn't guess it. Hua Ju at this moment. But there was one person who was extremely angry. That person was Mo Jio. He couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura anymore. This made him shocked and angry. Of all the people present, he was the only one. He was the one who didn't want Gu Fei to die just like that. He still needed to test Gu Fei before he could return to the Chaos Demon realm. How dare you ruin my plans? I'm not done with you. Mo Jio roared as he rode the old black bull and charged into the chaos. He instantly reached where Hua Ju was. He was extremely overbearing. Madman Mo, what do you want? Hua Ju ancestor naturally recognized Mo Jio. Back then, they had fought before, but there was no clear winner. Haha, you're stupid. What else can I do? Naturally, I'm going to take your dog life. Mo Jio laughed. Then he attacked. His right hand grabbed forward. The chaotic aura in front of him was immediately dispersed by the power ripples that surged out of his hand. At the same time, Hua Ju ancestor felt his body tighten. He was enveloped by an invisible force. Then he pulled himself forward. Roar! Hua Ju ancestor roared. His body shook. 10 balls of divine fire immediately rushed out from his body. They smashed towards Mo Jio. The 10 balls of divine fire were like 10 divine suns. The wave of power released shook the entire chaotic void. The boundless primal chaos was dispelled. Chapter 3375. Hua Ju ancestor had only disappeared for a short period of time. Now that he had reappeared and displayed such a powerful battle prowess, it shocked the demon god and Song Quebec. How did this guy's cultivation level suddenly increase so much? Demon Venerable God transmitted his voice to Song Quebec. At that moment, Song Ke's face was extremely solemn. Could it be that Hua Ju great ancestor still has a backup plan in the ancestral god realm? Otherwise, how could he? The reason why Song Ke thought this way was because he had also done the same thing. He had also left a backup plan in the ancestral god realm. But unfortunately, the person who stabbed him was his foster brother, and he knew everything about him like the back of his hand. Under such circumstances, it was useless even if Song Ke had a backup plan. However, Hua Ju great ancestor was different. Although he was an extreme expert of the Hua clan, he had always been a loner and no one knew his actual strength. I heard that this guy died in the Chaos Demon realm back then. I can't believe he's still alive. Demon Venerable God said in shock. He had also experienced the turbulent era that swept through the entire ancestral god realm. However, he was still a small cultivator back then, and it was not easy for him to survive. During that era, Hua Ju great ancestor's strength was undeniable. This guy is like a haunting ghost. How could he die so easily? Song Ke stared at the powerful figure in front of him and said coldly. He had seen with his own eyes how Hua Ju great ancestor escaped. Hua Ju great ancestor fought with someone until only his heart was left. However, it seemed that Huiju's great ancestor had recovered a lot of his cultivation level and combat power. Boom! Bang! In the void in front of them, two figures charged out from the chaos. Wherever they went, the powerful impact caused the void to be annihilated. The two powerhouses were like two gods of destruction. Wherever they went, everything was obliterated. This was a battle between the power of the demon Tao and the power of the divine Tao. Waves of power at the extreme Tao level spread out. If it wasn't for the extreme Tao formation stabilizing this part of the void, the ancestral land of the chaotic Goldenrock clan would have been destroyed again. One had to admit that Mo Juyo's fierce name was not just for show. The Devil 9 Kills was an invincible, demonic, divine power. Shua. He disappeared into the void, leaving no traces behind. All of his aura had disappeared, shocking Ancestor Huiju. Just as Ancestor Huiju was bewildered, a hand silently appeared behind him and gently patted his back. In the next moment, Ancestor Huiju's physical body exploded into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Emojuyo to be able to destroy old Ancestor Huiju's body with a single palm. One should know that Huiju Ancestor was not a weakling. In the past, Huiju Ancestor was one of the strongest supreme god ancestors in the ancestral god realm. Rumble! At this moment, the cloud of blood mist in the sky was bursting with boundless flames. The power of the extreme divine way was erupting. In the next instant, the cloud of blood mist instantly converged together, and a powerful figure emerged from within the towering divine flames. Ancestor Huiju walked out from the divine flame. Mo Juyo! He stared at the empty space in front of him. There was nothing there, but he suddenly attacked. A flaming sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and pierced through the empty space. Mo Juyo's 9 kills. Extermination. A voice was heard in the void. Then, a ball of black light spread out from the void in front of Ancestor Huiju. The ball of black light destroyed everything. Even the void was destroyed by the black light. Nothing was left. In the next moment, Ancestor Huiju felt his vision go black. The universe seemed to have turned upside down. Then he was surrounded by endless darkness. Forefather Huiju was shocked. He felt as though he had arrived in a void of absolute darkness. His divine power was being continuously devoured by this dark void. In an instant, he felt the divine source in his body being shaken. This made his face change. Emojuyo, you bastard. Ancestor Huiju clenched his teeth and spat out a crimson fire bead. As soon as the bead appeared, it gave off boundless fiery light and lit up the surrounding darkness. He knew that if he did not pay a price, he would definitely not be able to escape. In the next moment, boom! With a loud bang, the divine bead that Huiju Ancestor spat out actually exploded. Although it was only the size of a thumb, the power that was released when it exploded was extremely powerful. It was the destructive power of the extreme Tao level. Rumble! The terrifying destructive power exploded and pierced through the dark void. The aura of the outside world seeped in. Ancestor Huiju naturally would not miss this opportunity. He charged out immediately. Humph! Just as Patriarch Huiju charged out of the dark void, a cold snort rang in his ears. In the next moment, he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was blasted into a bloody mist. The ball of blood mist did not disperse. Instead, it charged out and rapidly reformed. Flesh and blood regrew, and a figure appeared in the void once again. Ancestor Huiju was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Even if he was blasted into a ball of blood mist, he could still reform his body and recover instantly. However, the moment Ancestor Huiju reformed his body, a demonic needle pierced the center of his eyebrows. Roar! Ancestor Huiju shrieked. His body that had just reformed was instantly annihilated in the void again. A ball of divine light was nailed into the void by the demonic needle. God-killing demonic needle. Seeing this, Song Ke could not help but be shocked. It was a famous demonic weapon of demonic path, the God-killing demonic needle. This kind of needle specialized in destroying the soul. Once pierced, one's soul would definitely be destroyed. I will not die. A powerful spirit rippled from the ball of divine light. In the next moment, the ball of divine light exploded with a boom and turned into countless rays of divine light that shot out in all directions. Humph, you want to escape? Did you ask me first? At this moment, a figure charged into the sky with an ancient cauldron. At the same time, the ancient cauldron in his hand vibrated. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out from the ancient cauldron, sucking the scattered lights of soul into the cauldron. However, not all of the lights of soul were sucked into the cauldron. A few managed to escape. Chapter 3376. Hu Ju ancestor attacked Gu Fei, but Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. Hu Ju ancestor slammed him into the ground. When he came out of the ground, the battle between Hu Ju ancestor and Mo Jiu had reached its climax. Mo Jiu used the murderous Demon 9. This was Mo Jiu's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Gu Fei hid at the side and wouldn't make a move easily. Only when Hu Ju ancestor was at a disadvantage did he find a rare opportunity to make a move. He soared into the sky and used the cauldron of mountain and river to take away Hu Ju ancestor's primordial spirit light. However, a few rays of primordial spirit light escaped. Preposterous! Gu Fei landed on the top of the mountain and his eyes flickered. Hu Ju ancestor still managed to escape, which made him very unhappy. If it wasn't for the cauldron of mountain and river, he would have been hit by Hu Ju ancestor's hand and died. No one from the Golden Crow clan dared to cause trouble, but Hu Ju ancestor jumped out. This was beyond Gu Fei's understanding. After beating Hu Ju ancestor away, Gu Fei went into seclusion again. This time he didn't go into seclusion on the top of the mountain. Instead, he went to the depths of the Golden Rock clan's ancestral land and didn't come out. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, on one of the 5 ancestral planets, Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star, the legendary land of immortals became lively. The land of immortals was about to appear. Countless cultivation forces on Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star could no longer sit still. They constantly sent experts to watch the land of immortals. At this time, the land of immortals devoured the power of the divine sun in the day and the power of the divine moon at night. The depths of the land were filled with supreme immortal aura. The G-clan on Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star also sent many experts to the land of immortals. These people only watched from the outside and didn't dare to enter. One had to know that the land of ascension had devoured an extremely powerful cultivator before. Even now, no one knew what had happened back then. At this moment, the flying immortal city was being overseen by the flying immortal monarch. No one dared to cause trouble in the flying immortal city. One has to know that the flying celestial king was one of the strongest cultivators in the G-clan. To be able to become a city lord was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. Is the land of ascension really going to collapse? The flying immortal king stood in the void above the city, Lord Manor, and looked towards the land of flying immortals. He saw that the entire area where the land of flying immortals was located was enveloped in an immortal light. The immortal light disappeared as quickly as it came and soon dissipated in the void. After watching for a while, the flying immortal king flew down from the sky and entered the city, Lord Mansion. Nothing much happened during the day. Even though the number of cultivators inside the flying immortal city had grown high, there were still countless cultivators rushing towards the flying immortal city from every direction. Soon night fell and time passed. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, a loud noise came from the depths of the land of ascension. The stone tablet that stood in the land of ascension actually exploded. In the next moment, the place where the stone tablet stood collapsed. The ground was sinking, and soon, a huge black hole appeared on the ground. Soon, the black hole emitted a gentle divine light of the immortal path. Rumble! The entire land of ascension shook and the ground cracked. Endless immortal light gushed out from the cracks, as if a supreme immortal lord had awakened from his slumber. I, Old Black, am finally free. Just as countless cultivators were in shock, a loud laugh came from the depths of the land of ascension. Soon, a figure rushed out from the huge hole in the depths of the land of ascension. Keep a low profile, Brother Black. A figure followed closely behind the black-robed young cultivator and rushed out of the big hole. Of these two individuals, the one who had laughed like ghosts and wolves was He Tian. As for the young man, he was Ji Changkong. Keep a low profile, my ass. I was trapped in that godforsaken place for so long. I almost suffocated to death. I was just looking for someone to talk about life and reason with. He Tian said disapprovingly. Didn't two unlucky guys come in and play with you for a while? Ji Changkong said. TCH, those two guys were too weak. They died not long after. I'm not happy about it. Now that I'm out, I'm going to play to my heart's content. He Tian said and rushed towards the direction of the flying immortal city. When Ji Changkong saw the situation, he could not help but shake his head before giving chase. After He Tian and Ji Changkong left, the immortal light in the land of ascension retreated like a receding tide and disappeared into the depths of the ground. In the next moment, the ground trembled and the hole in the ground collapsed. The entire land of ascension disappeared once again, leaving a mess on the ground. When the cultivators outside the land of ascension entered the area, it was already too late. They could not even sense a trace of immortal aura. What's going on? Is the land of ascension destroyed? Many people exclaimed. They could not accept the fact that the land of ascension had disappeared. At this moment, He Tian and Ji Changkong arrived at the gates of the flying immortal city. The gates were tightly shut and there were many soldiers standing guard on the towers. He Tian was a master of formations. He could see the situation of the flying immortal city with one look. The flying immortal city was enveloped by a huge battle. At this moment, the formation had already been activated. Even if it was He Tian, it would not be easy for him to enter the city. However, he flipped his right hand and a stone blade immediately appeared in his hand. He directly strode forward and arrived in front of the city gate. Brother He, what are you doing? When Ji Changkong saw He Tian's attitude, he immediately stepped forward, wanting to dissuade him. He did not wish for He Tian to have a conflict with the city lord. What else? I'm going to break the formation. He Tian glanced at Ji Changkong. Don't! The city lord of the flying immortal city is not our enemy. Why do we have to offend him and make enemies for no reason? Ji Changkong quickly said, Is that so? Then tell him to open the gates and let us in. He Tian said, Where did this bastard come from? Scram! At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the tower. A powerful cultivator, who appeared to be a divine general, was looking down at them from above. What did you say? Chapter 3377. He Tian and Ji Changkong were trapped in the real land of ascension. After obtaining the Tao fruits from the land of ascension, their cultivation and battle prowess had greatly increased. They were no longer the same as before. He Tian was not someone who could calm down easily. After being trapped in that God-forsaken place for so many years, he was already extremely annoyed by Ji Changkong. In the past few years, he would look for Ji Changkong every few days and fight with him. However, after fighting with Ji Changkong for a long time, He Tian lost interest. Originally, when he tried to break the seal of the land of ascension, he almost came out of that ghastly place. Who knew that two bastards would suddenly barge in and ruin his plans? One of them was called Yun Tianzhao, the other Ji Fan. Erebus was naturally happy to have a new playmate. However, Yun Tianzhao and Ji Fan were in a miserable state. The two of them were tortured by Erebus almost every day. After a few years, they died. These two were publicly acknowledged geniuses of the crepe myrtle ancestral star, yet they were toyed to death by He Tian. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire world. One must know that Yun Tianzhao was a disciple of the human realm's crepe myrtle ancestral star's Yun clan. Ji Fan was a direct descendant of the Ji clan. They were both geniuses among geniuses. However, Ji Fan was Emperor Ji's son. Even if He Tian did not kill Ji Fan, Ji Changkong would definitely not let Ji Fan go. Moreover, no one knew that it was He Tian who toyed the two bastards to death in the Land of Ascension. At this moment, outside the gates of the Ascension city, He Tian squinted his eyes and looked at the guy on top of the gate tower. His eyes flickered with a bright light. He saw that the guy shouting at them was a middle-aged general in armor. This middle-aged general was tall and had a full beard. His face was filled with killing intent, but he was a mighty general. The killing intent on his body was condensed from countless battles. However, in front of Erebus, who was an oddball, such a person was nothing but a shrimp. What's wrong? You two beggar-like fellows are still not going to scram? Could it be that you want me to chase you away? The general on the city gate tower said as he looked down at Erebus and Ji Changkong. What, you're telling us to scram? Open your dog eyes and see who I am. Ji Changkong walked forward and stared coldly at the general on the tower. He was just a guard, yet he dared to be so impudent in front of him. He really did not know his place. TCH, I don't care who you are. Just scram, obediently. Otherwise, I'll destroy both your body and soul. The general on the city gate tower said disdainfully, Damn it, call the flying immortal king out to see me. Ji Changkong was truly enraged. He had never seen such a blind person before. Ha! Little fellow, who do you think you are? Do you think a small character like you is qualified to meet our Lord City Lord? The general on the city gate tower laughed out loud, and the soldiers beside him also laughed out loud. This fellow actually wants to meet the city lord? He's simply insane. Another soldier said in agreement, Ji Changkong, I'll kill these watchdogs. You don't have any objections, right? He Tian suddenly turned his head and smiled at Ji Changkong, revealing his white teeth. Whatever. Ji Changkong was also angered by the general on the city gate tower. This fellow was so arrogant. It seemed like he was used to acting like a tyrant. What? You actually dare to call us dogs? The general on the city gate tower was furious. He directly took a large bow from a soldier beside him and pulled out a sharp arrow. He knocked the arrow and shot it towards He Tian below the city gate tower. South, the black arrow turned into a black light and shot down from the city gate tower. In an instant, it arrived in front of He Tian. However, in the next moment, the black light stopped in front of He Tian's forehead. What? When the full-bearded general on the city gate tower saw this, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He saw that the fellow below, dressed in rags, had actually used 2 fingers to catch the black arrow he shot out. My lord, this! When the soldiers beside the general saw this, they were also stunned. It must be known that the other party had used 2 fingers to catch the arrow shot by their lord. The other party actually had such an ability. It seemed like their lord had kicked an iron board today. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll return it to you. He Tian laughed evilly. Then he released the black arrow. Before the black arrow fell to the ground, he stretched out his hand and flicked the arrowhead. The shaft of the arrow immediately shattered, and the arrowhead shot towards the general on the city gate tower. The arrowhead pierced through a layer of transparent force field, and a slight ripple spread out in the void like water. Uft! There was a soft sound, and a flower of blood bloomed on the general's shoulder. The arrowhead had pierced through the general's right shoulder, and then through a wooden pillar behind him. The general screamed in agony, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. He crashed heavily into the wall behind him, and then rolled on the ground, his helmet rolling to one side. The few soldiers on the city gate tower were dumbfounded by the scene before them. "Humph, you don't know what's good for you. You lot. Hurry up and open the city gates and let us in," He Tian said loudly in front of the city gate tower. He could already tell that the entire city had been enveloped by an activated formation, and the only way in was through the city gates. Of course, who was He Tian? He was a formation grandmaster. Although the formation before him was extraordinary, it was not unbreakable. It would just take a lot of time. However, when the soldiers on the city gate tower heard He Tian's words, they immediately woke up from their shock. They screamed, threw away their weapons, and ran away. What kind of soldiers are these? What kind of generals are these? Does your Ji clan raise a bunch of useless people? He Tian crossed his arms and said disdainfully, "I just came out of the flying immortal land. How would I know?" Ji Changkong shrugged and said helplessly, "The Ji clan was the #1 clan in the ancestral Myrtle Star, and also the strongest faction. There were many birds in the forest, and there were naturally all kinds of birds. It was normal for some people to bully others." At this moment, a black shadow rushed out of the flying immortal city. The experts in the city had noticed He Tian's movements outside the city. Very soon, a black-clothed, black-bearded, middle-aged cultivator appeared on the city gate tower. When the middle-aged cultivator saw the guard who had fainted on the ground, he could not help but become serious. One had to know that a person who could injure the gatekeeper general through the force field of the Great City Barrier Array was definitely not simple. He was definitely an expert. "Who are you? Why did you injure my guard?" The middle-aged cultivator stood on the city gate tower and looked down at He Tian and Ji Changkong. "Ji Changkong, I think you haven't been back for too long. These guys actually don't recognize you." He Tian said to Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong did not say anything. He just stood there quietly, very calm. Ji Changkong. When the black-clothed, middle-aged cultivator heard He Tian's words, his expression immediately changed. His legs went soft, and his body swayed, almost falling to the ground. He tried his best to calm himself down. "You really are Ji Changkong?" The middle-aged cultivator's voice trembled. He looked at the shabbily clothed young man in disbelief. The other party was too young, he could not believe it. Ji Changkong was the genius of the Ji clan 10,000 years ago. Even now, people would occasionally mention this genius. It's actually true. Ji Changkong actually returned. A huge wave rose in the middle-aged cultivator's heart. This time, the Ji clan would have a good show to watch. Once Ji Changkong truly returned, the Ji clan would definitely be in an upheaval. It should be known that the current clan head of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji, was one of the popular candidates for the position of clan head. However, Ji Changkong had a higher chance of becoming the clan head than him. However, Ji Changkong was lost in the primal chaos world. After losing his strongest competitor, Emperor Ji had the opportunity to become the clan head. In the Ji clan, there was a rumor that Ji Changkong was lost in the primal chaos world because he fell into Emperor Ji's trap. In order to become the clan head of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji did not hesitate to secretly make a move against Ji Changkong. This caused Ji Changkong to be lost in the primal chaos world. Of course, this was only a rumor. Whether it was true or not, no one knew. However, now that Ji Changkong had returned, the situation was different. Do I need to pretend to be someone else? I have met the Flying Immortal King once before. Go and call the Flying Immortal King out. We will know if it's true or false. Ji Changkong said indifferently. Yes. I will go and call the city lord immediately. The middle-aged cultivator quickly turned around and left. However, just as the middle-aged cultivator in black left, a mysterious figure silently walked out from the forest in the distance. He pounced towards Ji Chongkong like a ghost. Swoosh! Ji Chongkong suddenly disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, a huge pit appeared where he stood. A gloomy aura of destruction spread out in the air. Divine Yin lightning. When He Tian saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. This type of divine lightning was also known as soundless divine lightning. Its specialty was that when this type of divine lightning was used, it could be soundless, colorless, and untraceable. 9 revolutions of the heavenly art. Ji Chongkong's voice came from the sky. He immediately sensed danger. He directly rushed up to the sky and executed the 9 revolutions of the heavenly art. Boom! A huge seal that exuded a terrifying aura of annihilation immediately appeared in the void. Like a huge mountain, it smashed down towards the black shadow below. Quasi-supreme level energy fluctuations rippled out from the giant seal, shaking the entire world and causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear. What? Chapter 3378. Ancestral God Realm, East Continent, deep in the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. Gu Fei's place of seclusion was shrouded in chaotic aura, as if a chaotic world was being nurtured. At this time, the place where Gu Fei was cultivating had become a forbidden area. No one dared to approach it. With the demon god and the 3 rock demons guarding it, it was impossible for anyone to approach it. After Gu Fei went into seclusion, Song Ke began to take over the Golden Crow clan's territory with the ancestral land as the center. However, the Chaos Golden Rock clan was not the only one in the entire East Continent. The 4 clans that originally dominated the East Continent were the Golden Crow, the Mysterious Snake, the Heaven God, and the Earth Spirit. Now that the Golden Crow clan was defeated by the Chaos Golden Rock clan, the Golden Crow clan's position in the East Continent was naturally replaced by the Chaos Golden Rock clan. The Golden Crow clan was the most powerful clan among the 4 powerful clans. Naturally, the territory of the Golden Crow clan was also the largest among the 4 powerful clans. Although the Chaos Golden Rock clan had replaced the Golden Crow clan, it was the result of Song Ke borrowing the strength of the demons from beyond the heavens. Therefore, the crime of colluding with the demons was not a small one. One should know that the demons from beyond the heavens were the enemies of the entire ancestral god realm. The other experts of the East Continent were furious that Song Ke dared to join forces with Mo to attack the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire East Continent became extremely tense. Countless spies from various forces had gathered outside the ancestral land of the Chaos Golden Rock clan. Any movement of the Chaos Golden Rock clan would be immediately known by the forces of the East Continent. Song Ke had begun his campaign. The real turmoil of the entire East Continent had just begun. The Dusk Snake, the Celestial God, and the Land Spirit were also on the move. The territory left behind by the Golden Crows was definitely a juicy piece of meat that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. The Earth Spirit clan, in particular, took advantage of their advantages and directly occupied more than 10 cities that originally belonged to the Golden Crow clan, seizing control over a large area. Seeing that the Earth Spirit clan was trying to steal the Golden Crow clan city, the leaders of the other 2 clans couldn't sit still. The Celestial Deity clan and the Dusk Snake clan had occupied several territories that had originally belonged to the Golden Crow clan. If Song Ke did make a move soon, he would have to hand over the territories he'd worked so hard to conquer. Song Ke would never do such a thing, nor would he allow such a thing to happen. As for the otherworldly demons, led by Mo, they wouldn't help Song Ke anymore. Therefore, Song Ke could only rely on the chaotic Golden Rock clan to reclaim the lost land. Mo was the leader of the otherworldly demons, so he naturally didn't put Song Ke in his eyes. Only Gu Fei could make this old demon feel apprehensive. Soon, the Eastern Continent was filled with the clouds of war. Song Ke could be considered a powerful figure. He defeated the experts of the Earth Spirit clan by himself and drove the Undead Spirit clan away. However, The Earth Spirit Clan wasn't to be trifled with. After Song Ke drove the Earth Spirit Clan away, he no longer had the strength to deal with the Dusk Snake Clan and the Celestial Deity Clan. Song Ke couldn't completely take over the territories left behind by the Golden Crow Clan. Of course, this was only temporary. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, He Tian and Ji Changkong ran into trouble outside the flying celestial city controlled by the Ji clan on the Myrtle clan's ancestral star in the human world. Someone took advantage of the dark night to launch a sneak attack on Ji Changkong, who was in front of the city gate. However, Ji Changkong had obtained the Dao fruit from the real land of flying celestial. His cultivation had already broken through to the quasi-supreme realm. The moment the mysterious person attacked him, he sensed danger. He immediately soared into the sky and unleashed the 9 revolutions heaven art. He conjured a great destruction seal and attacked the person who launched a sneak attack on him. Rumble! The black seal was like a demonic mountain. It fell from the sky. The space below the seal shook violently. Then it collapsed and shattered. It turned into a terrifying destructive power that surged towards the mysterious person. The mysterious person was shocked. He knew that he was going to be unlucky tonight. He shouldn't have attacked so rashly. A huge seal shrouded the void below, and the vast and mighty power of a quasi-supreme being instantly sealed off all the escape routes of the mysterious man. The seal in the sky had yet to reach him, but the mysterious person already felt a huge pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing down on him. His feet had already sunk into the ground. Roar! That person desperately circulated the power in his body, stubbornly holding on. However, his clothes were already drenched in sweat. No matter how hard he struggled, in the next moment, the huge seal directly smashed down from the sky. With a bang, that guy was directly smashed into the ground. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the flying celestial city. "Nephew Changkong, where are you?" A voice rang out from within the city. At the same time, the tightly shut city gates slowly opened, and a pale-faced middle-aged man, dressed in black, walked out from within. This pale-faced middle-aged man was the city lord of the flying celestial city, the flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji. The flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji, was an expert from the older generation of the Ji clan. In terms of seniority, Ji Xuanji was Ji Changkong's uncle. Of course, he wasn't Ji Changkong's biological uncle. In the Ji clan, seniority was very clear. Everyone had their own status. The flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji, was Ji Changkong Sr. This was an unchangeable fact. At this moment, the great destruction seal that smashed the mysterious person into the ground dissipated into the air and disappeared. "You dare to sneak attack me? It'll be hard for you to die even if you want to." Ji Changkong directly flew down from the sky. He saw that the mysterious person was completely flattened in the huge pit created by the seal. However, he didn't die. He was still groaning in pain. As expected, it's nephew Changkong. "Please follow me into the city." At this moment, the pale-faced middle-aged man that walked out from the city walked over. "Uncle, how have you been?" Ji Changkong smiled as he looked at the flying celestial king, Ji Xuanji. He was somewhat surprised that Ji Xuanji would personally come out to greet him. Just what was going on? Haha, Uncle is doing very well. I reckon that I can still live for tens of thousands of years. Ji Xuanji laughed loudly. "Uncle, please wait a moment. I'll deal with this guy first." As Ji Changkong spoke, he extended his hand and grabbed the guy in the pit, who no longer looked like a human, and lifted him up by the collar. Then he tore off the guy's mask. "It's you, Ji Wu." When the flying celestial king saw this person, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Ji Wu! I didn't think that you would actually stand on the side of that despicable and shameless Emperor Ji. Now, you still want to kill me? Very good, very good." Ji Changkong's face was gloomy. He stared at the guy in his hand and clenched his teeth. "Humph! The winner is the king, the loser is the thief." Since I've failed today, I've been captured by you. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please." That guy called Ji Wu said with a resolute expression. When Ji Changkong and He Tian first arrived at the Myrtle Ancestral Star, Emperor Ji received the news and sent assassins to get rid of Ji Changkong. However, by the time Ji Wu arrived at the Flying Celestial City, Ji Changkong and He Tian had already entered the true land of Flying Celestial. This Ji Wu was quite patient. He actually didn't leave the Flying Celestial City. Tonight, Ji Wu finally met his target, Ji Changkong. If he could kill Ji Changkong, Emperor Ji would definitely reward him handsomely. However, Ji Wu never imagined that Ji Changkong's cultivation had already broken through to the quasi-supreme realm, becoming the strongest existence in the world. "It's very easy to die, but I won't let you die so easily." Ji Changkong sneered. "Damn it, Ji Changkong, kill me if you have the guts." Ji Wu was enraged. "Nephew Changkong, we're family after all. Let's just forget about it." The Flying Celestial City's city lord, Ji Xuanji, said. "Unfortunately, they don't treat me as family." Ji Changkong let out a sigh. "Stop chattering and do it." At this moment, He Tian also walked over and said. Ji Changkong thought for a moment, then stretched out his left hand and slapped the top of Ji Wu's head, using a tyrannical force to scatter Ji Wu's primordial spirit. The palm landed on the top of Ji Wu's head, and blood immediately flowed out of Ji Wu's 7 orifices, and he died. Even the Flying Celestial King was surprised to see Ji Changkong actually kill Ji Wu with one slap. One must know that this fellow was Ji Wu. You got lucky. Ji Changkong waved his right hand and threw Ji Wu's corpse on the ground. "Let's go, let's enter the city." The Flying Celestial City's city lord said to Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong nodded before following behind Ji Xuanji into the city. He Tian naturally followed. "This is the Flying Celestial King," Ji Xuanji said as he led the way. "My brother, He Tian," Ji Changkong said. "He Tian," Ji Xuanji muttered to himself when he heard Ji Changkong's words. There was no cultivator named He Tian on the Myrtle Star. This He Tian was probably from another planet. Very soon, Ji Changkong and the others arrived at the gates of the city lord's residence. When they arrived, someone opened the gates and welcomed them in. Under Ji Xuanji's guidance, Ji Changkong and He Tian arrived at the main hall of the city lord's residence. The Flying Celestial King, Ji Xuanji, sat on the throne, while Ji Changkong and He Tian sat below him. At this moment, Ji Changkong felt that something must have happened to his uncle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received them so warmly. Chapter 33, 79. The Flying Immortal King, Ji Xuanji, personally went out of the city to invite Ji Changkong and He Tian into the Flying Immortal City. This scene was seen by the people in the city. Very soon, Emperor Ji, who was in the Ji clan's ancestral land, received the news that Ji Changkong killed Ji Wu and was invited into the Flying Immortal City by Ji Xuanji. This made him extremely angry. Emperor Ji had spent his entire life scheming against others, and even scheming against himself. All of this stemmed from his thirst for power. The reason why he was able to sit on the position of the family head was because he schemed against Ji Changkong back then. Back then, if he had not schemed against Ji Changkong, the person sitting in the clan leader's seat would not be him, but Ji Changkong. Back then, most of the Ji clan's higher-ups thought highly of Ji Changkong because he was the only Ji clan disciple that could cultivate the 9 revolutions, heavenly art, to perfection. The 9 revolutions, heavenly art, was an invincible cultivation technique passed down by the Ji clan's supreme great ancestor. Since ancient times, the Ji clan had produced countless talented disciples. But those that could cultivate the 9 revolutions, heavenly art, to perfection were few and far between. Most of the Ji clan's disciples could only cultivate the 9 revolutions, heavenly art, to the entry stage and could not advance any further. However, back then, Ji Changkong cultivated the extremely difficult 9 revolutions, heavenly art to the second revolution. This was something that shocked all of the Ji clan's higher-ups. What Emperor Ji feared the most finally happened. Once Ji Changkong returned to the Ji clan, the matter of him scheming against Ji Changkong back then would be exposed. At that time, not only would he not be able to claim the clan leader's seat, but his life would also be in danger. He knew that one of the elders in the clan was very fond of Ji Changkong back then. Once that ancestor found out that he schemed against Ji Changkong back then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Ji Changkong killed Ji Wu was the one who sneak attacked Ji Changkong first, so he deserved to be killed. However, Ji Wu's death was a huge matter to some people, making enemies before even returning. Very good. In the Ji clan's ancestral land, Emperor Ji stood in front of a window and looked up at the sky with a sinister smile on his face. "Is war slave here?" Emperor Ji suddenly said. His voice was not loud, but as soon as he finished speaking, a silhouette silently appeared behind him, bowing and standing. "Master!" That battle slave was very respectful towards Empress Ji, and was even a little afraid. It was a blurry existence like a shadow. Although it stood behind Empress Ji, it seemed like it could dissipate into the void at any time. "Go kill that guy." Emperor Ji retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "Yes, master." After receiving the order, the blurry figure disappeared into the void without a sound. "Humph, Ji Changkong, although you can kill Ji Wu, you are definitely not a match for the battle slave. This time you are dead for sure." Empress Ji's face turned extremely cold. Just as Emperor Ji sent battle slaves to deal with Ji Changkong and Haitian were led by the flying immortal king's son to the main hall of the city, Lord's residence, and sat down. Then, the flying immortal king ordered the servants to prepare food and wine. He wanted to welcome Ji Changkong. "Nephew Changkong, why did you kill that Ji Wu?" The flying immortal king looked at Ji Changkong in confusion. One must know that Ji Wu was also a disciple of the Ji clan. No matter what, Ji Changkong shouldn't have killed that guy. "It's nothing. Since he wanted my life, I could only take his life. It's that simple." Ji Changkong shrugged and said without a care in the world. When the flying immortal king heard this, he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what happened back then, nor did he know that it was all part of Empress Ji's plan. That guy, Emperor Ji, must have been living quite well these years. Ji Changkong suddenly said, "What?" The flying immortal king didn't expect Ji Changkong to ask such a question. He couldn't help but be stunned. Although he was Ji Changkong's uncle, the current Ji Changkong was no longer the kid from back then. Right now, the person sitting in front of the flying immortal king was a quasi-supreme. Even the flying immortal king didn't dare to be negligent. One must know that if supremes didn't appear, then quasi-supremes were the strongest existences. Of course, that was excluding those abnormal supremes. I'm not too sure either. I rarely return to the ancestral land," the flying immortal king said. His good days have come to an end. Ji Changkong clenched his teeth as an ominous glint flickered in his eyes. "Okay, let's go eat something first." At this moment, Haitian suddenly said. He already smelled the fragrance of meat coming from the rear palace, causing his appetite to increase. During their time in the land of flying immortals, Haitian and Ji Changkong lived a primitive life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Now that Haitian smelled the fragrance of meat, he immediately stood up. "Not bad, let's eat first." When Ji Changkong smelled the fragrance of the meat, his stomach immediately rumbled. This was a primitive reaction, a normal reaction to food. Actually, with Ji Changkong's cultivation, it didn't matter if he ate or not. However, the flying immortal king didn't prepare ordinary dishes. The flying immortal king hurriedly stood up from his seat and led the way. The 3 of them arrived at the rear hall. The furnishings in the rear hall were very simple. In the middle of the hall was a table with all sorts of steaming hot food placed on it. He Tian quickly sat down and didn't stand on ceremony. He directly grabbed a red braised phoenix and started eating. That phoenix was no ordinary bird. It was a powerful creature that inherited the bloodline of the divine bird, the phoenix. Even Ji Changkong didn't expect the flying immortal king to use a phoenix to cook. This guy really knew how to enjoy life. Ji Changkong noticed that aside from the phoenix, there were also steamed dragon carp and roasted firebird eggs on the table. In the middle of the table, there was actually dragon crocodile meat stewing in a large pot. This table of dishes could definitely be considered the most sumptuous in the entire flying immortal city. Every dish was cooked from precious spirit beasts or spirit birds. Not a single dish on the table could be eaten by ordinary cultivators. Only the flying immortal city's city lord, Ji Xuanji, had such a method. "Nephew, let's eat," Ji Xuanji said. "How can I accept this?" "How can I accept that?" Then I'll start." Ji Changkong didn't just use his chopsticks. Instead, he directly used his hands. Just like He Tian, he grabbed the food and started eating. He didn't care about his image at all. These two gluttons! When the flying immortal king saw this, he was speechless. He was the city lord, so he wouldn't be like Ji Changkong and Ji Changkong. Compared to Ji Changkong and He Tian's table manners, the flying immortal king was much more refined. This was the most sumptuous meal that He Tian and Ji Changkong had eaten since they were trapped in the flying immortal land. It was also the most delicious meal. All the dishes on the table were swept clean by the two of them. "Many thanks, uncle. Let's part ways here." After Ji Changkong ate and drank his fill, he stood up and planned to leave. One must know that the flying immortal king receiving them so warmly was definitely not a good thing. It was not easy to eat such a meal. "Dear nephew, please wait." Seeing that Ji Changkong was about to leave, the flying immortal king hurriedly stood up and said, "This guy actually wants to eat a free meal and run. It won't be that easy. Uncle, I still have matters to attend to. I really can't stay for long." Ji Changkong said in a difficult manner. He Tian watched from the side and was happy. These uncle and nephew were fighting. Let's see who would win. "Dear nephew, I know you want to return to the ancestral land as soon as possible. After all, you've been gone for so long." Ji Xuanji said, "Thank you for your understanding, uncle. Let's part ways here." Ji Changkong said, then turned around and left. "Dear nephew, there's a great opportunity before us. Are you willing to let it go just like that?" Ji Xuanji said loudly. "What?" When Ji Changkong heard this, his footsteps immediately stopped. He obtained a good fortune in the land of ascension, so he became a quasi-supreme. Now that he heard that there was another opportunity, he was naturally very curious and wanted to obtain it. Even Erebus' interest was piqued. "What opportunity? Tell me about it." Ji Changkong turned around and said to Ji Xuanji, "There's a cave in a mountain range 10,000 li away from here. It's a quasi-sovereign cave. There might be a quasi-sovereign's inheritance in there." Ji Xuanji said what he knew. It turned out that not long ago, someone discovered a cave in the Scarlet Demon Ridge 10,000 li away. However, no one could open the cave. Ji Xuanji had also gone to take a look. It was a cave built by a quasi-sovereign. Even he found it difficult to open the door. The entire abode was sealed by a wave of energy. If one wanted to enter the cave, they had to break through the force that enveloped the cave. Ji Xuanji originally wanted to return to the ancestral land to borrow an immortal weapon and break it. However, no one expected Ji Changkong and He Tian to suddenly appear at this time and come to the flying immortal city. Their arrival allowed Ji Xuanji's plan to be carried out. A quasi-sovereign cave. Let's go take a look. As Ji Changkong spoke, he walked out. He Tian naturally followed. The flying immortal king also walked out. They directly soared into the sky and left the city lord's mansion. They directly left the flying immortal city and flew towards the Scarlet Demon Ridge. 10,000 li was covered in the blink of an eye in Ji Changkong's eyes. As soon as he arrived, he sensed a powerful aura. The source of this aura was the cave. "Let me try." He Tian took a step forward and arrived in front of the cave in a flash. Then he directly threw a punch at the door. Boom! Chapter 30, 380. C_T. The Crimson Demon Ridge was an ominous place in the celestial Myrtle Star, where the soaring immortal city was located. Even during the day, the area was covered in dark clouds and yin qi. Advertisement: the cultivators who entered the Crimson Demon Ridge felt that the surrounding temperature had suddenly dropped significantly. The entire area was pitch black, be it the soil, rocks, or plants. The entire Crimson Demon Ridge seemed to have been soaked in black ink. A faintly discernible demonic aura enveloped the entire area. As soon as He Tian and Ji Changkong entered the Crimson Demon Ridge, they immediately sensed the demonic aura in the area. They didn't expect such a place to exist in the celestial Myrtle Star. Ever since the Ji clan produced an extreme-grade sovereign, they had been the dominant clan in the celestial Myrtle Star, ruling the entire planet for countless years. Even though the Ji clan's extreme-grade sovereign had disappeared, the Ji clan's position in the celestial Myrtle Star had never changed. No one, no force, could challenge the Ji clan's position as the overlord. In the history of the celestial Myrtle Star, no demons had ever invaded the celestial Myrtle Star. However, why would there be a place shrouded in demonic aura in the area ruled by the soaring immortal city? The reason for the demonic aura here was actually very simple. There was once a demon here, and it was an expert of the demonic path. However, in the depths of the Scarlet Demon Ridge, there was actually a cave, a quasi-supreme level cave. This cave was originally hidden within a mountain ridge. However, for some unknown reason, half of the mountain had collapsed, revealing the cave dwelling hidden in the mountain. The cave dwelling had attracted cultivators from all directions to venture into the Crimson Demon Ridge, but no one had been able to open the door and enter the cave dwelling. Even the city lord of the soaring immortal city, Ji Xuanji, couldn't open the door either. Although the cave dwelling was a quasi-sovereign cave dwelling, the sealing force that sealed it was extremely powerful. Even Ji Xuanji couldn't do anything about it. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise rang out from the depths of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Following that, an extremely powerful energy wave surged out from the depths of the Crimson Demon Ridge. The entire space where the Crimson Demon Ridge was located became unstable due to the powerful impact. Visible ripples spread out from the depths of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Boom! Soon after, another loud bang rang out from the depths of the Scarlet Demon Ridge. An even more powerful energy rippled out, causing the entire region to tremble. Some of the mountains even collapsed in the void and turned into dust. Almost all the books you want to read can be found here. It's much more stable than the average website. It's also updated quickly. It's all written with no advertisements. What happened? The cultivators outside the Scarlet Demon Ridge were incomparably shocked. A wave of quasi-supreme aura spread out from the Scarlet Demon Ridge, and all the cultivators there grew terrified to the extreme. Someone is attacking that cave abode. In the next moment, practically all the cultivators outside Crimson Demon Ridge realized this. Scarlet Demon Ridge's grotto mansions were not a secret to other cultivators. Countless cultivators had tried to open the doors to the grotto mansions. However, no one had succeeded so far. At this moment, He Tian and Ji Changkong were staring at the entrance of the cave. "It's so hard. It's even harder than the old tortoise's shell," He Tian said while swinging his fist. When he punched the stone door of the cave abode just now, the door actually emitted an extremely powerful rebound force. The old tortoise? Ji Changkong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He naturally knew who the old tortoise He Tian was talking about was. Only He Tian would dare to call that existence that. What old tortoise? Ji Xuanji curiously came over and asked. It's nothing. This guy was just joking. Ji Changkong didn't want to explain. One should know that this involved that existence. Although the Ji family was the most powerful family on the Myrtle ancestral star, compared to the soaring dragon ancestral star, the Ji family strength was actually on par with the factions and clans that had once produced extreme Dao experts. There were too few extreme Dao experts from the Myrtle ancestral star, but there were many extreme Dao experts from the soaring dragon ancestral star. All right, what do we do now? He Tian said nonchalantly. He wouldn't waste his time here. If he couldn't open it, then so be it. He was already prepared to leave. Aren't you a formation grandmaster? Why don't you just create a large formation and use the power of the formation to erase the seal of the cave abode? Ji Changkong said with a smile. When Ji Xuanji saw this scene, he couldn't help but be moved. Even the look in his eyes had changed. This guy is actually a formation grandmaster. You really can't judge a book by its cover. What do you know? Old He, will never do something that's strenuous and unrewarding. He Tian said while shaking his head. What if that's the case? As Ji Changkong spoke, he took out an item. In his hand was a pearl the size of a goose egg. This pearl was actually enveloped by a layer of primal chaos light. Are you really going to give it to me? He Tian couldn't help but swallow the pearl in Changkong's palm. He naturally knew the value of this item. Ji Changkong smiled. As long as you help me open this cave abode, this primordial pearl will be yours. Primordial pearl. At this moment, the flying immortal city's city lord, Ji Xuanji, could no longer remain calm. Primordial pearl. That was the legendary primordial pearl. The flying immortal city's city lord's eyes turned red. If Ji Changkong's cultivation was lower than his, he would have snatched the primordial pearl long ago. This heaven-defying item was a supreme treasure that cultivators yearned for. However, no matter how much the flying immortal city's city lord envied the primordial pearl in Ji Changkong's hands, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. One must know that the current Ji Changkong was no longer the brat from back then. All right, it's a deal then. He Tian laughed. He naturally wouldn't do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. However, it was different now. This was the primordial pearl, something that he had always wanted. It turned out that back then, He Tian and Ji Changkong had accidentally entered the real land of flying immortals. In the real land of flying immortals, Ji Changkong had obtained a primordial pearl, while He Tian had obtained another heaven-defying item. This was also the reason why their cultivation had increased so quickly. He Tian had always wanted the primordial pearl in Ji Changkong's hands. For this, he had fought with Ji Changkong countless times. However, in the end, he was unable to snatch the primordial pearl from Ji Changkong's hands. Now, this guy actually used the primordial pearl as the price to ask him to open this cave abode. No matter what, this was a good deal. Ji Changkong took out a primordial pearl. This was a primordial treasure that even He Tian and the flying immortal city's city lord, Ji Xuanji, were incomparably envious. For the sake of this primordial pearl, He Tian directly agreed to Ji Changkong's conditions. He prepared to set up a formation and use the power of the formation to erase the seal of the cave abode. This method was definitely feasible, but it required time. As long as there was perseverance, even an iron pillar could be ground into a needle. Not to mention the sealing power of a mere abode. Even an extreme Dao grand array could be obliterated as long as there was enough time. Afterwards, He Tian became busy. For the sake of obtaining the primordial pearl in Ji Changkong's hands, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He set up a formation without rest or sleep. Formation runes were directly shot into the void, but even more runes were imprinted into the depths of the earth. Drawing upon the power of the stars of the 9 heavens and the essence energy of the 9 underworlds, the great formation that Mahakala was setting up was incredible. it could quickly gather great power. Rumble. As the formation continued to be perfected, the power of the 9 heavenly stars was actually drawn. Rays of starlight descended from the sky and directly fell into the formation. At the same time, the earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. The essence of the earth frantically gathered. 3 days later, Haitian finally set up a super killing formation. This killing formation continuously guided the power of the stars, as well as the life force contained in the earth. Buzz. Haitian stood in the middle of the formation. At this moment, he was like a person who walked out from the primal chaos, giving off a powerful and unapproachable feeling. At this moment, Ji Changkong and Ji Xuanji had already retreated far away. They were very clear that if they were affected, their bodies and souls would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, the cultivators who received the news also charged into the Scarlet Devil Ridge and stopped to watch from afar. They were all incomparably shocked. These 3 guys actually wanted to open the cave abode and had no intention of stopping. Isn't that the flying immortal city's city lord? Someone noticed Ji Xuanji and recognized his identity. Flying immortal city, Ji Xuanji. Within the boundaries of the flying immortal city, the city lord, Ji Xuanji, was definitely the #1 person in this region. Otherwise, the position of the city lord would have long been taken away by others. Who are those 2? How can they stand together with the flying immortal city's city lord? Someone asked. I don't know, I don't recognize them. They look very unfamiliar. A cultivator said, to be able to stand together with the flying immortal city lord, these 2 definitely have a great background. An old cultivator said, Haitian and Ji Changkong were unfamiliar faces to most of the cultivators on the Great Myrtle Star. Not many people had seen them before, especially Haitian. Ji Changkong was very famous on the Great Myrtle Star 10,000 years ago. However, 10,000 years had passed. How many people of the same generation as him could survive until now? Those who could survive until now were the people of the major factions and clans. The cultivators of the smaller factions naturally wouldn't be able to last until Ji Changkong's return. Just as Haitian was arranging the killing formation to break the seal of the mysterious cave abode, everyone in the ancestral god realm's eastern continent felt like a storm was brewing. Gu Fei was in seclusion. Some people in the eastern continent took advantage of the opportunity when Gu Fei was in seclusion to gradually become restless. Chapter 30, 381. In the East Continent, one of the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm, the news of the primogenitor of the primal chaos golden rock's return had already spread across the entire East Continent. However, the news of the primal chaos golden rock Song-K colluding with the demons from beyond the heavens to attack the Golden Crow clan had also spread. This was not a small matter in the ancestral god realm. Colluding with the demons would cause public indignation in the ancestral god realm. One must know that the demons from beyond the heavens were the mortal enemies of the ancestral god realm. Song-K colluding with the demons from beyond the heavens would definitely make him the public enemy of the ancestral god realm. However, not everyone could be Song-K's opponent. There weren't many people in the ancestral god realm who dared to provoke Song-Quebec. It had to be said that the East Continent was definitely the most turbulent region in the ancestral god realm. The Primal Chaos Golden Rock Race's Primal Chaos Golden Rock Race. Song-K had started one war after another to fight for the territories left behind by the Golden Crow Race. The Golden Crow Race was once the strongest race in the East Continent. The territories they occupied were naturally the best in the entire East Continent. Mines, herb forests, spiritual springs, etc. These were all places that Song-K had to control. The Chaos Golden Rock Race could only control these places to ensure that the Chaos Golden Rock Race could cultivate in peace and not have to worry about various cultivation resources. However, there were many forces that had their eyes on the Golden Crow Race's mines and herb forests. A divine crystal mine that was originally controlled by the Golden Crow Race was occupied by the Earth spirit race. Song K had to pay a huge price in order to take back the divine crystal mine. The deity race had taken over herb forest that was 15,000 miles east of the Golden Rock race's ancestral ground. Thus, Song K had another fight with the deity race. The deity race was incomparably powerful. They actually dispatched an ancestor-level existence. Even Song K would find it difficult to take back the herb forest in a short time. The herb forest occupied a vast area with a circumference of 1,000 miles. There were 9 spiritual springs that were gushing out to nourish the land. This place was called the Immortal Medicine Ridge. It was a place where the immortal divine herb had once grown. Of course, the immortal divine herb had already left. Due to the departure of the immortal spirit herb, the spiritual energy in the Immortal Medicine Ridge had decreased by more than half. Even so, it was still the best place to grow spirit herbs in the eastern continent. Moreover, some people said that there was a quasi-immortal divine medicine in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. It was precisely because of this that the deity race took over the Immortal Medicine Ridge. At this moment, in a valley 800 miles away from the Immortal Medicine Ridge, there were many tents set up. There were powerful gods patrolling the surroundings. The place was heavily guarded. Song K, Peng Jingtian, and the other higher-ups of the Golden Rock race were sitting in the largest tent. "Ancestor, should we go and invite someone?" Peng Jingtian broke the silence in the tent. "Who is still in seclusion? How can I invite him?" Song K shook his head. If they could invite that person over, the predicament they were facing would be easily solved. However, that person was currently in closed-door cultivation. Who would be able to invite him? "I heard that someone is about to come out of seclusion. Can we postpone our operation in the Immortal Medicine Ridge?" Peng Shi looked at Song K and said, "The mysterious snake race seems to be counterattacking. We have to prepare as soon as possible." The Golden Rock Goddess said. At this moment, they were basically declaring war against the major forces of the Eastern continent. Even someone as strong as Song K would have a headache fighting against those forces. "Then let's postpone it for now." Song K said helplessly. The chaotic Golden Rock race was facing their toughest test. They could be attacked by the major forces of the Eastern continent at any time. The chaotic Golden Rock race was no longer the same as before. Back then, the chaotic Golden Rock race was so majestic and had countless experts. But now, the chaotic Golden Rock race was in a miserable state. The remaining clansmen were basically people who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. They were not simple people to be able to survive the pursuit of the Golden Crow race until now. Although their cultivation was not high, they were all extremely smart. "All of you leave. Let me have some time alone." Song K waved his hand and said, "Yes." Peng Jingtian and the others quickly stood up and bowed to Song K before leaving. "Gu Fei." Song K muttered to himself. If Gu Fei did not go into seclusion, he would definitely be able to ask him to get rid of the deity race's ancestor in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The deity race's ancestor was extremely powerful. Moreover, he carried a great treasure of the deity race with him. This was also the reason why it was difficult for Song K to take him down. Song K closed his eyes and said no more. At this moment, Peng Jingtian and the others stopped outside the tent. Then Peng Jingtian said to the Golden Rock Goddess, "Go back and take a look." "Yes, Grandpa." The Golden Rock Goddess accepted the order and turned to leave. Not long after the Golden Rock Goddess left, a huge figure suddenly appeared high up in the sky, overlooking the people on the ground. Rumble! A huge hand appeared high up in the sky and slammed down towards the valley where Song K was. The entire void shook. "Humph!" A cold laugh rang out from the valley. Then a figure soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived high up in the sky and slapped out with his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces instantly collided. The huge hand that descended from the sky retreated, and the huge figure dissipated in the void. A black-robed old man appeared high up in the sky. "Yu Qiong, what are you trying to do? Do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Song K stared at the black-clothed old man. This person was the deity race's ancestor. His name was Ancestor Yu Qiong. It was because of this ancestor that Song K was unable to take back the immortal Medicine Ridge. At this moment, an energy storm formed from the collision of the two forces spread out in all directions. The entire void cracked and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. However, the mighty power ripples that were descending were blocked by a wave of power. A formation diagram appeared in the void, emitting powerful divine power ripples. But soon, the formation that had appeared in the void disappeared again. "I came to tell you that the immortal Medicine Ridge belongs to the deity race. Don't cause trouble." The black-clothed old man looked at Song K expressionlessly and said indifferently, "What did you say?" Song K couldn't help but be furious. These fellows who took advantage of the situation were truly despicable. "That's all. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you," the black-robed old man Yu Qiong said. His tone carried a trace of cold killing intent. He was not joking. "Ha ha!" Song K laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Humph!" the old man snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. "Since you're here, don't leave." Just as the black-clothed old man was about to leave, Song K moved. He took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Ancestor Yu Qiong. Without any hesitation, Song K swung his right fist and punched at Ancestor Yu Qiong. "You think you can make me stay? Are you kidding me?" After saying that, Patriarch Yu Qiong took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Song K's punch landed in the air. There was no point of impact. What? Song K was shocked. What kind of secret skill was that? To think that he could disappear right in front of me. Just as Song K was in shock, a figure suddenly appeared above his head and stomped down on him. Damn it! Song K immediately executed his killer move. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the void, wanting to devour his opponent. Swoosh! Ancestor Yu Qiong was really devoured by Song K's killer move. However, at the next moment, boom! The pitch-black whirlpool that Song K had conjured exploded, and a figure dashed out of the void. What? When Song K saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. Kill! The black-clothed old man, Ancestor Yu Qiong, sent a punch right in front of Song Quebec. The fist was expanding rapidly in his eyes. Song K quickly dodged Ancestor Yu Qiong's punch. At the same time, his right leg swept towards Ancestor Yu Qiong's waist like a whip. Ancestor Yu Qiong did not dodge. Instead, he blocked with a single hand. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the void rumbled as Ancestor Yu Qiong blocked Song K's right leg. Then he moved his leg and kicked towards Song K's chest like a venomous snake. If Song K was hit by this kick, there would definitely be a bloody hole in his chest. Song K hurriedly retreated. However, Elder Yu Qiong followed him like a shadow. The strength of the kick did not change at all. It was still aimed at Song K's chest. What? Song K's shock was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly soared into the sky and avoided this calamity. Kill! Song K roared furiously. As he waved his hands, rays of dazzling spiritual light shot out from his hands and pierced through him. Every ray of divine light emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. This wasn't the power of a quasi-supreme being, but a power even stronger than that of a quasi-supreme being. Kill! Yu Qiong roared and unleashed his killer move. A huge seal appeared above Yu Qiong's head, emitting a torrential divine power wave. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the huge seal descended from the sky, continuously shattering the void as it pressed down on Song Quebec. The void below the huge seal seemed to have solidified. The divine light that Song K shot out actually couldn't stop this huge seal. This huge seal continued to press down on Tsang, Quebec. This. Chapter 30, 382. The deity race was a race that had been passed down for countless years. The race had once produced a supreme ancestor god. They were the inheritors of the supreme path and had an unimaginable foundation. Even the Golden Crow race, once known as the strongest race in the East Continent, was wary of the deity race and was unwilling to provoke them. But now, the deity race had occupied the Immortal Medicine Ridge that originally belonged to the Golden Crow race. This was the place where the immortal medicine had been produced. This area was unusual. Even ordinary spiritual medicines would have their medicinal properties greatly enhanced if they were planted in the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The medicinal properties of the spirit herbs that grew in the Immortal Medicine Ridge were several times stronger than those of the same age in other places. Someone said that although the Immortal Medicine Ridge hadn't produced an immortal medicine for a long time, there was a quasi-immortal medicine. Perhaps the quasi-immortal medicine was the reason why the deity race occupied the Immortal Medicine Ridge. Even when Tsang Ke came personally, they had no intention of returning the Immortal Medicine Ridge. They even fought with Tsang Quebec. At this moment, the deity race's ancestor, Yu Cheong and Tsang Ke, were fighting high up in the sky. A giant seal emitted a monstrous wave of divine power and pressed down on Tsang Quebec. Rumble. The entire void was shaken by the giant seal. Countless pitch-black cracks appeared, as if it was going to collapse and explode in the next moment. Tsang Ke, who was below the giant seal, was the first to bear the brunt. He felt an endless pressure descending from the sky, almost suffocating him. Roar! Tsang Ke roared furiously. Divine power surged from his body, and ancient divine runes appeared on his body, sealing the void around him. The divine power that descended from the sky was immediately repelled by the divine power that surged out from Tsang Ke's body. Die! Tsang Ke threw his head back and roared furiously. He threw a punch at the incoming seal, and 9 almost perfect divine patterns appeared on his fist, drawing upon the supreme power of the divine Tao. Boom! With a loud bang, Tsang Ke's fist smashed fiercely onto the huge seal that was crashing down. Then, the huge seal actually began to tremble. The might of Tsang Ke's punch shocked everyone. Damn it! Old ancestor Yu Cheong let out a furious roar. In the next moment, his figure appeared on the seal, and he sat down. An extremely powerful ancestor-level power rippled out from the figure. In the next moment, the power ripple that erupted from the seal became even more powerful. Buzz! The void was shaking. That big seal was just faintly visible in the void, but it gave people a feeling of supremacy, as horrible as the arrival of a supreme god ancestor. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the huge seal. Humph! Tsang Ke sneered. He continued to throw a punch upwards. A violent fist force exploded. The instant the two forces collided, an energy storm spread out in all directions. Two figures were moving quickly. Tsang Ke and ancestor Overlook Cheong were locked in battle. Tsang Ke was once an extreme Tao universe enlightened ancestral god, so his cultivation naturally couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, ancestor Overlook Cheong wasn't an ordinary figure as well. When two experts like them met, there would naturally be the most dazzling sparks. Soon, Tsang Ke gained the upper hand. His fists continuously forced ancestor Overlook Cheong to retreat. Everyone who saw this scene was in disbelief. This is outrageous. Ancestor Overlook Cheong knew that if he didn't use that item, he would definitely not beat Tsang Ke's match. He really didn't want to use that item, but he had to. In the next moment, a ball of divine light rushed out from ancestor Overlook Cheong's body and rushed towards Tsang Quebec. Boom! A terrifying divine power spread out from the ball of divine light. A large area of the void began to collapse, as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. It was a bone, a golden divine bone that looked like refined gold. As soon as the divine bone appeared, the entire area immediately changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. A wave of extreme Tao divine power came out from the divine bone. The valley below was shaking, and a killing formation appeared in the void. The entire valley below was covered by the formation. The experts of the Chaos Primordial Clan in the formation were shocked. They never thought that Song-K would use the power of the extreme Tao. Once the power of the extreme Tao was released, even the killing formation guarding the valley below could not bear it. The entire formation became very unstable. Humph! The power of the extreme Tao surged out from the golden divine bone. Song-K just sneered. This golden divine bone was definitely left behind by an extreme Tao god ancestor. If Ancestor Overlook Cheong's opponent was an ordinary cultivator, the golden divine bone could only serve as a deterrent, but it would not really affect Song Quebec. That was because he was a real extreme Tao god ancestor in that ancient era. He had once killed his way into the Chaos Demon Realm and killed all the demons in the Chaos Demon Realm. Although his cultivation realm had fallen from the extreme Tao, he still had the body of a real extreme Tao expert. Song-K was not afraid of the golden divine bone. He directly attacked. What? Seeing this, Ancestor Overlook Cheong was shocked. He knew that Song-K had a supreme master constitution, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. Boom! Song-K's fist directly collided with the golden divine bone, and a dazzling divine light burst out. The next moment, the vast destructive power directly destroyed the surrounding void. The golden divine bone that released the power of the extreme Tao was actually sent flying by Song-K's fist. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, especially those who knew about the origin of the golden divine bone. They were even more shocked that Song-K was so powerful. The battle between Song-K and Ancestor Overlook Cheong was so big that it attracted some powerful existences to watch the battle from afar. Song-K, you colluded with the extraterrestrial demons to harm the Golden Crow clan. Everyone has the right to kill you, Ancestor Overlook Cheong said in a deep voice. He controlled the golden divine bone and used the power of the extreme Tao to fight against Song Quebec. The golden divine light lit up the entire place, dyeing it golden. At this moment, Ancestor Overlook Cheong was like a golden battle ancestor that had descended, giving off an indescribable pressure. Haha, is that so? I'm right here. Come and kill me if you can. Song-K laughed. 9 ancient divine runes appeared on his body, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura. The 9 divine runes on his body began to gather the power of the extreme Tao. You! Ancestor Overlook Cheong was both shocked and furious. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think he's invincible? Buzz. Ancestor Overlook Cheong performed a technique and activated the power of the extreme Tao within the golden divine bone. Boundless golden light burst out from the golden divine bone. Golden divine runes began to appear on the golden divine bone. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. The 2 experts faced each other in the sky. This time, both of them used the power of the extreme Tao. This battle was destined to shock the world because it was a contest of power of the extreme Tao. While Song-K and Ancestor Overlook Cheong were facing each other, the Golden Rock Goddess had already returned to the primal Chaos Golden Rock clan's ancestral land. In the depths of the ancestral land, chaotic chi lingered. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the primal chaos. The sound of wind and thunder could be heard, shaking the hearts of people. At this moment, outside the place where Gu Fei was in seclusion, there were many great figures that could shake the entire ancestral god realm. Emo, Juyo, the demonic divine Venerable, and the 3 gargoyle demons. These guys were existences that could shake the entire ancestral god realm with a single step. When the Golden Rock Goddess arrived, Gu Fei had no intention of coming out of seclusion. Mo and the others were waiting. They felt that Gu Fei should come out of seclusion in a few days. The Golden Rock Goddess was a little disappointed. One should know that the reason she came back was to see if Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. If Gu Fei had come out, then she would ask Gu Fei to take back the Immortal Medicine Ridge. Rumble! At this moment, 2 auras of the extreme Tao arrived from afar and directly entered the ancestral grounds of the Chaos Golden Rock race. Even though there was a formation protecting the entire ancestral grounds of the Chaos Golden Rock race, the 2 auras still managed to seep in. The great figures gathered in the ancestral land were shocked when they sensed the 2 auras of the extreme Tao. Then a few powerful divine senses rushed out from the ancestral land and instantly tracked the source of the auras. Song Ke is fighting with the deity race. Mo muttered to himself. He knew why the Golden Rock Goddess came back. They must have encountered a powerful opponent that they couldn't handle, so they came back to ask for help. They also knew who the Golden Rock Goddess wanted to ask for help. But unfortunately, Gu Fei was in seclusion. What's going on? Just when everyone was in doubt, a voice came from the primal chaos in front of them. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the primal chaos, spoke. The 2 auras of the extreme Tao alarmed Gu Fei. Is Master coming out of seclusion? The demonic divine, Venerable, quickly asked. Not yet. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the primal chaos, replied. Taoist Gu, please make a move. At this moment, the Golden Rock Goddess finally seized the opportunity to speak. Song Ke wants to take back the Immortal Medicine Ridge. That's great. Who's going to help them? Gu Fei said. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Gu Fei to agree so easily. Mo and the rest were hesitant. No one is going to step forward? Then I'll call the names. Gu Fei said indifferently. I'll go. Chapter 30, 383. There was an aura at the extreme Tao level coming from the Immortal Medicine Ridge. The aura was too strong. It not only alarmed the experts in the Golden Rock race's ancestral land, it even alarmed Gu Fei, who was still in seclusion. Although Gu Fei was in seclusion, but it wasn't the kind of seclusion where he would die. Even if he was alarmed, there was no danger at his level of cultivation. Naturally, he knew where the aura coming from in the ancestral land of the Golden Rock race came from. Who was it coming from? Immortal Medicine Ridge. That was a place to cultivate elixirs. This kind of place. Gu Fei naturally wouldn't let the deity race take it. He wanted to help Song Ke take it back. Actually, his goal, it was for the legendary quasi-immortal divine medicine. Just before they attacked the Golden Crow race, they had already figured out the actual situation of the Golden Crows. Immortal Medicine Ridge. That was the place they had to get. They couldn't let other forces take it. However, life was unpredictable. Man proposes, God disposes. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to attack the Golden Crow race, all the forces who received the news took action at the same time. The Golden Crow race had taken too many good things. Immortal Medicine Ridge, Immortal Tree, East Continent's ancestral vein gathering place. Almost all the best things in East Continent had been taken by the Golden Crow race. Now the Golden Crow race had fallen. Countless experts wanted to take a bite of this fat meat. Even the deity race, who had a very high status in East Continent, was the same. The deity race usually wouldn't intervene in the fights between other races. But this time, they made an exception. At this moment, inside the ancestral land of the Golden Rock race. But no one was willing to help Song Quebec. It was a thankless task, except for one person. That was the demon god. He and Song Ke didn't get to know each other without fighting. In the beginning, they didn't like each other, but gradually they became good friends. That was why they themselves did not know why they were like this. I'll make a trip there. When Gu Fei called out the generals, everyone was silent and hesitant. The demon divine lord walked out. All right, then you should make a trip, Gu Fei said. Afterward, his figure disappeared into the depths of the chaos. Shua! The demon god did not hesitate. He shot up into the sky. It transformed into a divine rainbow. He disappeared from everyone's sight. It was extremely fast. This guy is rushing to reincarnate. One of the demons behind Mo, Geo muttered. This powerful demon was one of the big shots among the demons from beyond the heavens. Compared to Mo Geo, his status was only one level lower. Mo Geo's supreme status among the outer heavens demons was unshakable. Shut up, Mo Geo said solemnly. The leader of the demons was startled. He quickly shut his mouth. He did not dare to speak anymore. The 3 demons guarding at the side glanced at the leader of the demons, but they did not say anything. However, there was a trace of disdain in their eyes, but everyone could see it. The leader of the demons was very unconvinced. These 3 stone-like guys, they were just servants of others. What was there to be arrogant about? Naturally, Mo Geo saw all of this with his eyes, but he turned a blind eye to it. He ignored everyone. He just looked at the rolling chaos in front of him. At this moment, high in the sky, outside the Immortal Medicine Ridge, 2 powerful figures were confronting each other. The extremely terrifying aura of the extreme path spread in all directions. Psang Quebec, are you really not willing to give up the Immortal Medicine Ridge? Old ancestor Yu Cheong stared at Psang Ke opposite him. His face was extremely solemn. One had to know. Psang Ke used to be a supreme existence of the extreme path, even though he had fallen from the extreme path realm. But he still had the constitution of the extreme path realm. His flesh and bones still had the characteristics of immortality. In essence, it was not inferior to the golden god bone in Yu Cheong's hands. However, the golden god bone in Yu Cheong's hands was a real extreme path god bone. The power of the extreme path contained within it was also extremely powerful. It was left behind by a peak extreme path ancestral god. The golden god bone contained a complete extreme path Tao pattern. Its power was naturally comparable to a pseudo-supreme like Tsang, Quebec, Rumble. The 2 extreme path level powers were fighting. The void between the 2 was collapsing and being destroyed. Chaos energy seeped out from the void. There was a pitch-black abyss between Tsang Ke and old ancestor Yu Cheong. Waves of terrifying destructive aura spread out from the void, which was constantly being annihilated. Just as the 2 experts were about to fight, just as the battle was about to start, a beam of divine light descended from the sky. It landed behind Tsang Quebec. You're here. Tsang Ke did not turn around, but he was extremely familiar with the aura of the newcomer. It's you, demon god. At this moment, old ancestor Yu Cheong also saw the appearance of the newcomer. He could not help but be shocked. The demon god race did not have many people in the ancestral god realm, but each and every one of them was an expert, especially demon god. He was one of the top experts in the demon god race. Seeing that the other party had such a powerful helper, even old ancestor Yu Cheong felt immense pressure. Yu Cheong, isn't the heavenly god race always ignoring the outside world? Why are you acting like a bandit today? Demon God looked at old ancestor Yu Cheong. He laughed coldly. Robber. Old ancestor Yu Cheong heard that. A pair of white eyebrows immediately stood up. His eyes shone brightly under his brows. Looting a burning house. What are you, if not robbers? Demon God said coldly. Watch your words. What robber? We are helping the Golden Crow race to look after the Immortal Medicine Ridge. Do you understand? Old ancestor Yu Cheong said angrily. Good. To think that we haven't met for 1,000 years. Old man, you sure know how to argue. Demon God laughed out loud. He had been cultivating in the Heaven region battlefield for thousands of years. He would return to the 5 great continents of the ancestral god realm once every 1,000 years. He really did meet Patriarch Yu Cheong 1,000 years ago. If you know what's good for you, then quickly retreat. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Ancestor Yu Cheong's tone was extremely cold. Humph. I'm afraid of you, Yu Cheong. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. There's no point in talking more. The thing demon god hated the most in his life was being threatened. After hearing Patriarch Yu Cheong's words, he couldn't help but be angry. Brother, he's mine. Don't fight with me. Song Ke suddenly said. He didn't seem to take old ancestor Yu Cheong seriously at all, although the deity race was powerful. But he wasn't a vegetarian either. Brother, how about I teach this old man a lesson first? Demon Divine, Venerable said. He had no intention of retreating. Are you itching for a fight? Huh. Okay. Then I'll let you practice. Song Ke said as he retreated. He was well aware of the demon god's cultivation base and combat strength. The demon divine lord was also a super expert who could use the extreme path power. Ha! Thank you so much, brother. The demon divine lord laughed and strode forward. You 2 bastards! How dare you look down on me? I'll make sure you won't be able to cry later. Old ancestor Yu Cheong saw that Song Ke and the demon divine lord didn't seem to care about him at all. He couldn't help but be furious. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to eat those 2 guys alive. Uft. Who do you think you are? Extreme Path, Ancestor God. You want to fight us? The demon divine lord said disdainfully. He glanced at the golden divine bone in Yu Cheong's hand. Then he stopped smiling. The golden divine bone in Yu Cheong's hand was extraordinary. Boom. Old ancestor Yu Cheong didn't say anything. He directly waved the golden divine bone in his hand. A golden light turned into a light blade. It directly slashed at the demon divine lord opposite him. The extremely sharp golden light blade directly split open the void. Wherever it passed, an imperceptible spatial crack was left in the void. Humph! The demon divine lord sneered. He waved his hands. Black and white yin-yang chi immediately surged out from his hands. It formed a yin-yang diagram. Buzz! The void shook. The golden light blade could not break the yin-yang diagram that the demon divine lord had evolved. The light blade was reversed by the yin-yang diagram. It slashed at old ancestor Yu Cheong. What? Old ancestor Yu Cheong was taken aback. He never expected the demon divine lord to have such a move. It could reverse his attack. How was that possible? Swoosh! Old ancestor Yu Cheong stretched out his hand. A heaven-devouring power immediately appeared on the golden divine bone. He retracted the golden blade of light that he had slashed back at him. The golden light blade, which was as sharp as a heavenly blade, instantly disappeared into the golden divine bone. It disappeared. The demon divine lord saw it. He couldn't help but be startled. The power of the golden divine bone could be released and retracted at will. As a result, the golden divine bone's divine power consumption would be minimized. Go to hell! Yu Cheong roared. He fully activated the golden divine bone in his hand. A powerful force immediately erupted from the god's bone. Boom! An extremely dazzling golden light erupted from the golden divine bone. Countless rays of golden light pierced through the demon divine lord in an earth-shattering manner. The speed was extremely fast. Yin-yang shield! The demon divine lord shouted. He waved his hands. The demon power and divine power formed a yin-yang diagram. The 2 powers intertwined with each other. They formed a shield in front of him. The countless piercing golden lights were blocked by the yin-yang shield that the demon divine lord had evolved. What, seeing that scene? Everyone was taken aback. No one expected the demon divine lord's defense to be so powerful. Even Yu Cheong couldn't break it with his extreme power. You actually succeeded in taking that step. Old ancestor Yu Qiong stared at the demon divine lord opposite him, as if he had seen a ghost. He was inexplicably shocked. He used the extreme divine bone to launch an attack. The other party actually blocked it with his bare hands. The demon divine lord did not speak. At that moment, countless golden lights dissipated. In the golden light, a figure stood with his head held high with a sword. The power of the demon divine intertwined on the figure. 9 Tao patterns appeared on his body. It emitted a powerful Tao voice. Eat my palm. Chapter 30, 384. The demon god had arrived. He wanted to challenge ancestor Yu Qiong from the deity race as soon as he arrived. The demon god's power surged from his body. He raised his right hand and slapped Yu Qiong. Rumble! The demon god's power surged in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. A giant yin-yang hand appeared in the void and slammed forward, like an ancient divine mountain. The void exploded from the impact. Seeing this scene, Yu Qiong couldn't help but be moved. The demon god race's cultivation method was indeed unique in the ancestral god realm. In the entire ancestral god realm, perhaps only the demon god race could cultivate the demonic and divine powers to the point where they could coexist. This was a secret technique of the demon god clan. Demon energy and divine energy coexisted in the body and intertwined with each other. Although the two energies were different in nature, the demon god clan was able to cultivate these two different energies to the pinnacle of balance. Boom! Without any hesitation, Yu Qiong activated the divine golden bone in his hand. A dragon's shadow rushed out from the divine golden bone and instantly turned into a golden dragon. Endless, draconic chi surged from the golden dragon. The whole world seemed like it was about to collapse. Roar! The golden dragon roared at the sky, and the surrounding void immediately exploded. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar felt the impact. Those with weaker cultivations were directly knocked out by the sound waves and fell from the sky. Although they didn't fall to their deaths, they were still covered in dust and dirt and looked extremely miserable. The great golden dragon charged directly at the yin-yang palm that was slapping towards it. Boom! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the golden dragon collided with the yin-yang giant hand. The golden dragon immediately collapsed and turned into a ball of dazzling golden light. The power of the extreme path suddenly erupted. At the same time, the yin-yang hand also dissipated in the void. A surge of demon god's power of the extreme force erupted. The two extreme force clashed, but very quickly the two forces intertwined and wore each other down. Most of them canceled each other out, but a small portion spread out in all directions. It was this small portion of the extreme path's power that formed a terrifying energy storm. The energy storm that descended from the sky directly turned a large area of the mountain range below into dust, and the ground sank. Rumble! The world shook and collapsed. The extreme force surpassed the heavenly way. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world and turn the universe back into chaos. Xian Kang's extreme Tao-level energy wave couldn't shake him at all. The energy storm that swept towards the Immortal Medicine Ridge was blocked by a large formation. A barrier of light appeared in the void and enveloped the entire Immortal Medicine Ridge. To be able to block an energy storm at the extreme Tao level, this formation protecting the Immortal Medicine Ridge was definitely at the extreme Tao level. It was simply impossible to set up a battle of this level in the current era. Even the fire ape primogenitor, who had escaped from the Earth ancestral vein beneath the chaotic Golden Rock clan's ancestral land, couldn't set up such a formation even though he was a genuine extreme Tao expert. Of course, this formation wasn't set up by the deity race. It had existed since the beginning because the person who set up this formation was Tsang, Quebec. However, the person controlling this formation was someone from the deity race. This made Song K extremely depressed. After all, He'd spent a lot of time and effort to set up this formation, so the immortal herbridge was extremely important to him. Controlling the immortal herbridge was equivalent to controlling an inexhaustible treasury of spiritual herbs. This was the foundation of the chaotic Golden Rock clan. One could imagine how depressed Sankei was when he saw the array that he had set up being used against him. At this moment, two powerful figures were moving quickly in the void. Wherever the two figures passed, the void would explode and shatter. The demon god's cultivation and battle prowess were definitely extremely powerful. However, Yu Qiong was not someone to be trifled with. The extreme Dao Golden Divine Bone in his hand was emitting an increasingly powerful extreme Dao power. On the Golden Divine Bone, golden dragon shadows could be seen from time to time. The extreme Dao Golden Divine Bone was an extreme Dao Saint artifact that contained extreme Dao power. This power was gradually being guided out by Yu Qiong. This guy, the demon god, felt more and more exhausted as the battle went on. The extreme Dao power that erupted from the Golden Divine Bone made him feel a great threat. The extreme Dao Golden Divine Bone was the deity race's most valuable treasure. It was refined into an extreme Dao Saint artifact, so its power was naturally extraordinary. The demon god doesn't have an extreme Dao divine weapon. I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage. Sankei could not help but frown when he saw this scene. With his cultivation, he could naturally see through the battle between Yu Qiong and the demon god. Boom! At this moment, the golden dragon shadow appeared again. The extreme Dao power erupted and directly sent the demon god flying. Roar! The demon god roared angrily as the demon god's power erupted. He was forced to stop in the void as a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Haha, now you're not so arrogant anymore. I wonder who was the arrogant one just now. So this is all you got, Yu Qiong said with a laugh. You! The demon god was instantly furious. All right, I'll send you on your way, Yu Qiong said and directly attacked the demon god. The extreme Dao divine power rushed out from the golden divine bone in his hand and once again turned into a golden dragon, fiercely pouncing towards the demon god. You want to send me on my way? Do you have the ability to do so? The demon god roared and directly rushed up. He directly flipped over and rode on the back of the golden dragon. Bam! The demon god was extremely ferocious. He swung his fist at the golden dragon. The heavy fist energy caused the golden dragon to shake continuously. Roar! The golden dragon kept roaring and rolling in the air, trying to shake off the demon god who was on its back. However, the demon god seemed to have taken root on the golden dragon's back. No matter how hard the golden dragon rolled, the demon god was still riding on the golden dragon's back. Bam! 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 Heavy crashing sounds were constantly heard. The demon god punched the dragon again and again. Flesh and scales splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely realistic. Soon, the golden dragon dissipated in the void after being smashed by the demon god's two fists. Everyone was shocked to see that scene. Kill! After the demon god dissipated the golden dragon shadow, he directly attacked Yu Qiong. The demon god's power turned into countless sword shadows and slashed towards Yu Qiong. Humph! Yu Qiong raised the golden divine bone in his hand. A ball of golden light spread from the divine bone and shrouded him. The next moment, countless sword shadows fell from the sky and slashed on the ball of golden light. Each sword shadow instantly shattered. I have an extreme divine treasure in my hand. What makes you think you can fight against me? You're overestimating yourself, Yu Qiong said disdainfully. The golden divine bone's power was still recovering as if it was endless. Everyone was shocked. Even the demon god felt something was wrong. He was too careless and underestimated the golden divine bone in his opponent's hand. Kill! The demon god's right hand was already pressing towards Yu Qiong. However, Yu Qiong raised his hand, and the demon god's right hand pressed on the golden divine bone in his hand. The next moment, the demon god felt a huge force colliding with the golden divine bone. The next moment, the demon god was sent flying thousands of miles away. His right hand was trembling. What a strong recoil force! Even the demon divine Venerable was unable to resist it and was sent flying. Yu Qiong wanted to. Brother, let me take care of this. At that moment, Song Ke could no longer sit still. The demon god was already at an absolute disadvantage. No one knew what the outcome would be if they continued to fight. While speaking, Song Ke had already come to the demon god's side and hugged the tottering demon god. Be careful, this guy is very cunning. The demon god whispered into Song Ke's ear. Song Ke nodded and said nothing else. Rumble! A golden divine bone directly smashed towards Song Quebec wherever the golden divine bone passed. The void shattered and returned to chaos. Keep! Song Ke directly transformed into a black hole and wanted to suck the golden divine bone into it. Buzz! The void space trembled, and the huge hole that appeared in the void space emitted a shocking devouring power. It actually shook the golden bone. However, this scene only lasted for a short moment. In the next moment, the golden bone that seemed to have been shaken seemed to have come to life. It directly shattered space and broke free from the devouring force from the black hole in the sky. The golden divine bone flew back to Yu Qiong's hand. The next moment, it flew up again and turned into a golden dragon, attacking Song Quebec. What? Seeing that scene, many people seemed to be very surprised. Facing the golden dragon that was charging at him, Song Ke only punched out. Bang! His punch landed squarely on the golden dragon's nose. In the next moment, the golden dragon's head exploded, followed by its body. Soon, the entire dragon disintegrated and disappeared just like that. Yu Qiong could not help but be shocked when he saw that. Song Ke's cultivation was much stronger than the demon god. He was a strong opponent. However, Yu Qiong was getting stronger. He had the physique of Extreme Path and did not have to worry about his body being crippled because there were not many things that could hurt him. Humph!